Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. No! I was muted!
Hot start.
All
Hot
right,
start,
production, do that over again. Give me another bumper. Let's do it all over again. We might not have enough time. That's totally okay. Let's just kick things off. Oh! Amazing! Welcome back, y'all, to week 3 of NACL. No production misses whatsoever. No mics muted. We're kicking things off on a hot start, as you said, Cubby. It's your boy Rafa and Cubby. So I'm always excited to be casting with Matt here up on the booth. But looking ahead, I know we've got a lot of things to cover. I know that we actually have our coach interview coming up in a couple short moments here. But just to kind of briefly touch on last week, Matt, what was a couple of standout moments from week 2 of NACL?
I mean, honestly, Dorado getting the game off NRG was big. I think that Winthrop had a rather dominant series, thinking of the teams that are playing today. Outside of that, though, I don't think we had many surprises last week, outside of maybe a Master E pick, which needs to be talked about. But
dude, that was so awesome.
That was fun, though.
It was close. I could see the vision, and I thought that the fact that Master Yi got ahead of the curve, usually in solo queue, that means game over. Like, you just FF at that point, and there's no chance. Yeah. But MU were able to find out and problem solve on the fly with that one, which that's always a scary proposition to have to deal with a solo queue terror pick like Master Yi on a stage game. But I think my biggest surprise, other than the Master Yi, I think it was just the overall clean week from CCG. The back-to-back 2-0s, maybe not strength of opponents weren't the top of the tables, but they were super competitive games. And even in the Supernova series, where it seemed like Supernova had a strong lead against them, all it takes is one clean macro call and it just completely flips the script for the second half of the game.
Yeah, we don't see CCG playing yet today, but excited to see them later in the week, is at the moment honestly looking like the best team of 5 out there. Just how they're playing together. I think they have a really cohesive strategy from top to bottom that they're executing well on the map. So will be fun to see if honestly the favorites can topple them, as I'm not exactly sure what their schedule is for the week, but definitely have the matchups against Maryville, Conviction, and NRG circled on my schedule when it comes to CCG.
Well, luckily for us, Matt, it may not be today, but it is later this week. CCG versus Maryville University on Friday, which is going to be a banger. And I cannot wait to see how that one resolves. But of course, for anyone else that missed out on week 2 of NACL, we got a recap video to keep you covered.
CCG lead the way with their undefeated record. Munchie's signature Wuju swordsman makes an appearance, and Sirenai shows off on his debut. Hey y'all, I'm Mazel. Welcome to the NACL weekly recap for week number 2. We started the weekend with CCG claiming dominion over AMI. Dardox seemingly ran the rift with his Nocturne and Pantheon games, while Aojun brought the chilling cold with his Anivia in game number 1. Retrozing put on a star performance on his Mel in game 2, but it did not shine bright enough. CCG also won their second series of the week to hold control of first place at 3-0 series score and having not lost a game. The underdog was looking for a fight in our next highlight series, as Dorado versus NRG gave us upset vibes in their first game, with Dorado taking advantage of some overzealous plays by NRG and using an engage-centric comp and a grand starfall of a performance from Low Jazz's Pantheon. Unfortunately for Dorado, Sirenai was not going to let his NACL debut be tempered and took games 2 and 3 by storm on his Syndra and Jace respectively. On top of that, the bot lane of NRG, Sushi and Spica, have become a force to be reckoned with the combined KDA in the last 2 games of 21, 6, and 49. Last but not least, we had Conviction versus Citadel, a battle of faith and establishment. Citadel brought out the big guns to start the series, taking Vayne for Bradley in the top lane and Mundo for Griffin in the jungle, but the sweet melodies emanating from Conviction were just too strong. Insanity also had a vintage performance on his Syndra to unleash Conviction's power with a Game 1 win. In the second game, Meech and Breezy brought us back to their CLG Academy days and put on a masterclass Yunara Lulu performance with a combined KDA of 12, 1, and 31. With week 3 on the horizon, that means our match of the week has to be Maryville University versus NRG. 2 of the top favorites coming into the split, 2 of the very best junglers that this league has to offer in Yuji and Kizdo, and Zamudo versus his old home. Make sure you follow NACL on Twitter and tune in next week on Twitch for week 3 starting April 8th at 1 p.m. PT. We'll see you there.
Thank you so much, Mazel. Also, he corrected me. I thought it was Maryville versus CCG on Friday. It's Maryville versus NRG. So the CCG versus the top of the table series are going to have to wait for a little bit while longer. But that Friday match is going to be cinema. I already know. But we already have Coach Bobby from Dorado on standby. So let's go ahead and send Matt over in our face-to-face player interview, or coach interview, I should say.
Coach interview, yeah.
You know, I mean, used to be a player over here briefly, Bobby, but hey, good to see you. I gotta say, a big story for me so far with Dorado. A lot of people were expecting you guys to be towards the bottom of the table, given recent ACL performances, just kind of the inexperience that some of the team has. We've seen you guys be really competitive and take games off of teams, just not series. What's it been like working with a team this young and kind of after the first couple of weeks, working towards getting, you know, those game wins, turning them into 2 wins and series wins overall?
It was completely great, to be honest. Really good experience so far. I think that every single teammate is actually taking this very professionally, very seriously. Even though we had probably the least amount of time to scrim before the actual league started, I think that we are in a really good, basically, path to be competing against anyone in the league, as you can see our basically last few performances.
Yeah, obviously tough matchup going up against Maryville today, but looking back still at your 2 performances, you know, who is someone that as a coach you just want to shout out on your team of 5 so far, someone that you feel like may not be getting enough appreciation or recognition from folks around the community for whether what they're doing in the team or on the Rift? Like, who's really been sticking out to you of late as someone that stepped up?
So I basically told them that before we get at least 1 series win, I'm not going to shout out anyone from the team. So currently nobody's getting shout out, you know? Shout out to Phil for helping us a bit, you know?
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that. Hopefully we'll get some of those shout outs once you guys can get some wins. That's some good motivation.
Exactly.
Team on the other side of the Rift, they've definitely gotten some wins so far in the league. Maryville, what's the biggest challenge that team presents you as someone that's prepping for them today?
So basically very similar to the other teams that we played, it's laning. If we get laning well, we usually play mid games very, very good. Like, we are strategically, in my opinion, one of the better teams in the league currently. But what we need to do is put a lot of hours into our laning, where we are kind of slacking, to be honest. So yeah, today we are going to basically, biggest challenge is going to be survive laning phase and then see how we par against MU, that in my opinion is probably the best team in the league.
Yeah, I just kind of curious before we let you go, following up on the laning thing. Like, as a coach, is that more spending time outside of scrims to, you know, watch POVs or help facilitate 1v1s or 2v2s? Is that maybe bringing in some extra help. I know that when I coached, I couldn't really ever coach top lane, so I always needed someone to help me with that. What's kind of been your system for trying to work on laning as you guys are trying to improve that in the league?
So it's usually a lot of individual sessions. It's one-on-one with the player basically and the coach, just reviewing, oh, what could we do better. But what I think is that bare minimum for a player is to play their 1v1s, 2v2s, if they really want to be competitive and try to go to LCS, and that's something that I have been kind of struggling, and it's forcing players to actually go and do 1v1s, do 2v2s. And in the upcoming, basically, weeks, we are going to be much better prepared in our laning, hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, hey, that's a good goal, Bobby. I appreciate all the thoughts so far. Really appreciate that before the match, before you dive into the game. Any parting thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
We are going to try to put on a show, and yeah, enjoy it.
Well, hey, you guys been feisty so far. Best of luck today going up against those top dogs in Maryville.
Thanks a lot. And see ya.
Yeah, gotta say, Rafa, I think I kind of agree with his diagnosis of Maryville being the best team we've seen in the league so far. It's going to be a tough out today for Dorado.
I think we got spoiled a little too early with Maryville versus Conviction in our first week of NACL, because that was definitely a two Titans matchup, and with Maryville being triumphant, we now have to wait and see how they will fare against NRG, but definitely seems like Maryville University are the top dogs in the league so far, and definitely makes sense since you've got Yuji on that team, who has been one of our most highly regarded players here in Tier 2. But let's check out the standings and how everything is shaken up after 2 weeks of play in the North American Challengers League. CCG technically leads the league because they have played the most series so far. But
they're 6-0
NRG
too.
Maryville, yep, they're right on their heels. On
paper, they are the top dogs. I know Maryville's outings have been very clean, but CCG deserve a lot of kudos for all they've been playing as 5. NRG... I'd say that series against Dorado, as Bobby was saying, they have proven they can be feisty against a lot of the teams in the league. I agree with him getting out of lane. We were talking earlier about how some of those unique picks for Dorado have helped get them out of lane and get them into the mid game, where they have been able to turn some of those games into victories. So I know they're sitting at the bottom of the standings, of course, for the first match we have here, along with AMI as the two teams that the vast majority of the community believes will be relegated, as in bottom 2. But I got to say that out of the two teams, Dorado has definitely proven to have a lot more bite to them so far. And interested to see if they can get a piece of the Saints today.
We'll take a look at the full schedule. As you mentioned, Dorado taking on Maryville in our first series that we'll be getting into in just a few moments. But for our second series of the day, it is NRG taking on the Eagles from Rock Hill, South Carolina, aka Winthrop University. So any collegiate fans out there tonight are definitely eating good, as we've got our two collegiate powerhouses playing on Summoner's Rift. Moving forward, though, I want to start getting into this series between Dorado and MU. Let's go ahead and start shelling out the roster for Dorado Gaming, because like you mentioned, Matt, one of the things that makes this roster so unique is a lot of the pocket picks that this team is able to find, mostly in Adam's marksman pool. We know that last year when he debuted in NACL on Polestar, he brought out the Tristana mid and almost was able to at least take some wins off of Maryville when he was playing against Spirax. The other thing too is when you have a team like Dorado who has as Bobby mentioned, if they can just get through the laning phase, this team does look pretty well coordinated and has a really solid game plan of how to play out the next second half.
Yeah, I like to think that I look at this with a rather educated viewpoint, someone that has worked with dev teams in the past and has covered the league for a while. And I pretty much concur with the coach's diagnosis. I don't think that he was blowing smoke about his team. We have seen that when these guys can get out of the laning phase, they can be competitive in the mid game. It's just, this is a young team, and Redemption's debuting. A majority of these players have kind of been in and out of the league, as a majority of them were actually relegated with Pulse, had to fight their way back in now with Dorado. So I think that him talking about how the team's showing a lot of professionalism and toughness, mental toughness behind the scenes, is great, because this is a team coming in that we didn't expect to be, top half of the bunch, but it definitely showed strengths, whether that is some of the unique picks or strategies that have gotten them out of the early game and found them wins. But also, I mean, that game against NRG where they got ahead early and did not look back, I feel like Mojaz and Karu did a really good job of snowballing that one forward. So that for me was kind of a tried and true, we drafted meta, played meta, beat the teams just straight up. And I want to see more of that from Dorado. Because again, this is a team that projection early on in the season was that they were going to be bottom 2 and fighting to get back into the league in the promotion relegation tournament that will take place between spring or split 1 and 2 or spring and summer. But so far, the play that we've seen from them, it definitely gives me some hope that they might not be in that position.
Yeah, my expectations for this team has drastically changed from what I thought about them going into the split. I think we were all in the same camp that they were just happy to not get relegated if they were in that position. Honestly, I think this team can take series wins off of some of our bottom of the pack teams here in NACL that are struggling to find their first series win so far, and definitely did not have that going into it. But I want to start zeroing in on one of the players for Dorado Gaming that we haven't usually talked about on the broadcast. We're talking about Decoy in the top lane. Now, not one of our strongest top laners, laning phase wise, but I think you mentioned it best, Matt, before we got into today's show, that he does find some good angles once he is able to get into those team fight positions.
Yeah, I think it's been sometimes a tough opener for Decoy. He's very much in tank duty outside of a Aurora game. And we saw the Cho'Gath counterpick not go his way, as that was a tough game for him too. So small sample size still, but yeah, I think Decoy for me, he's the top laner in a pool that is very strong. Looking at this role from top to bottom, you ask most people that have an educated view of this league what the strongest role is, they're going to say it's top lane when looking at all 10 players. And I think a lot of the times that leads Decoy to be unrecognized, and because the hands aren't quite there to the highest level, like we saw him struggle against Samudo in that series. But I actually have really valued, I feel like Decoy has a good mind for the game, oftentimes is doing his job, and I think definitely aligns with Bobby's diagnosis of, hey, if we can lane better, we get to better scenarios in the game, like the Aurora game that Decoy was able to win, he played really well at finding angles in that one and trying to actually do what he needed to do to make sure that his team won the game. So I feel like he does have strengths outside of the laning phase, and definitely going to be a test today going up against Kay, who's coming off of a good series. He's got his Jackson Rumble last week, and going up against Maryville.
That's right. And why don't we just go ahead and shift the conversation over. Already mentioned Kay in the top lane for this Maryville University squad, and filling out the rest of today's lineup, UG, Spyrex, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus. This team has been on a tear so far in NACL, off of the back of a Div 1 championship, also completing as well recently, as these guys are getting ready for, I think, 2 more collegiate focus championships. Obviously, there's CLOL coming up in about a month, but also, I don't know if it's concluded yet, Matt, NACC or NACE?
Yep. Maryville, they keep a busy schedule over there.
Yeah.
And it also helps, or it doesn't help the schedule, the fact that they're usually competing for finals, especially when it comes more collegiate. But in NACL, they've looked good so far. And I think that Scary Jerry and Obstinatus definitely have kind of gone, I don't want to say as unsung heroes, but these two are laning really well. And I know that a couple of the games we've seen, it's been Jerry and Obstinatus kind of trading heavily. I think that if you look on paper, it's like Jerry's got a few more deaths than what you'd expect. But frankly, for me, I think that he's been playing aggressive as always, but also playing out a lot of those scenarios really well and drawing in pressure. And when you're drawing pressure in a team with UG and Spyrex as your mid-jungle duo, that's going to lead to a lot of positive things, as we are in another year, Rafa, where UG and Spyrex are competing in the league and seem to be rather unbeatable, as UG has been off to a blistering pace yet again. The last time we saw him in the league, he was our back-to-back most valuable prospect winner.
Yeah.
The only person to do it with the award. The fact that he is not playing professionally, I chalk up to the fact that he would not be a resident in Tier 1. I think if that was not the case, then we would see UG at the next level.
It's the biggest tragedy so far, and we can't state enough how much it really disappoints us that things didn't work out with the Team Liquid run over in Split 3 once he joined up with the squad. I mean, you talk to Spawn, UG worked his butt off trying to make that roster work and gave his more than 100%, 110, 150, 200%. And sometimes things are just out of your control, and it's a shame that even if he didn't get a renewed contract with Team Liquid, that no other team wanted to take a chance on him. But we're very confident that UG deserves to still be playing in the tier 1 level because he's too damn good for this league, man. He needs to not be playing here. But shifting focus to the bot side, you got a little mention about Scary Jerry, and I think that is going to be a very interesting matchup going into Dorado Gaming tonight, because Scary Jerry, in a world where you have UG constantly running games for you, and you have players like K who are starting to pop off in a top lane centric meta, Spyrex, another veteran who keeps it down locked in mid lane, sometimes Scary Jerry doesn't get talked about enough, and I think it's about time that we start putting a spotlight on how well he is trying to make things volatile in the bot lane and generate his own advantages alongside Obstinatus.
I mean, you can see those advantages. The KDA might not be the highest, but the gold diff, the CS diff at 14, it's definitely there. As I really feel like Jerry's been good so far this year. I know that his time with DSG wasn't exactly the way that he wanted to go about it, but at least in Maryville, I think that's where Jerry was first really successful. And this is where I love talking about Maryville University and just kind of all the resources that they make sure their players have to be successful. It is more than some of the orgs that we have in the LCS. Like, I think the resources that Jerry would have had access to at DSG versus Maryville has more support for these players, whether it's physical, like nutrition. They really take this seriously and have built a program that is very impressive. And so I think Jerry kind of being back home in an environment where he was initially successful, it's looked good for him. And then being paired up with Obstinatus, it's a different bot lane pairing, and I wasn't too familiar with Obstinatus. He is really the EU Masters journeyman. If you look at his Leaguepedia, it's kind of fascinating, all the different leagues that he played in over there. But I know he was highly lauded as he was coming over to go to school here in North America, and he's looked really good with Jerry so far. These guys have made for, I think, the best bot lane in lane that we've seen. The stats say so for Jerry, and going up against Dorado, of course, it's Hub's second split and Redemption's first in NACL. They're likely to be a challenge.
Yeah. We have MU favored on the predictions. I don't think there is a single person in our broadcast chat either that voted for Dorado, but it's kind of hard when you have currently what a lot of the community thinks is the best team in the league right now. They're always going to be somewhat favored going into any matchup, and for Dorado Gaming, they've been able to take off games off of quality opponents. But now it's time to see if they can endure another challenge against Maryville Saints. And going forward, Matt, one of the things I'm really looking forward to in this matchup, I know we're on a new patch, finally caught up to the rest of the world who has been playing on 2607 this past weekend. Even though Enchanters did get nerfed a bit, doesn't really seem like everything has changed that much either. People are still picking up Lulu, Karma, Nami, Seraphine, so I don't really see any huge changes from bot side. The only thing, I'm trying to look back through my notes of like what were some changes made on like the top half of the map, but and again, Jungle Pool didn't even get touched that much either. So I think we're just looking at some similar stuff, unless, you know, some of these players were watching LPL last night and we see an Anivia top. I don't know about that, Matt. You know, maybe a little Articuno action.
I mean, Zeus is just getting too popular, you know? It's been a little bit of a problem. But, yeah, I think that overall, the patch seems kind of null. I'm still seeing a lot of Karma bans. I thought that would be the one change that we might have. More Karma being taken away, but a lot of her power was removed for that. The Mantra E, and not the lane phase, where she is still good. It still is really about gold generation and the support items. Like, the good support items scale off the healing and shielding power, and more gold means more fun for everyone involved. So I think as long as that's the case, we're still going to see a lot of Enchantress bias, and I kind of expect teams to like maybe try to fit Janna or Soraka in before we end up getting back to the Nautilus or even the Rel, which Rel saw a big buff. So I think if Rel gets spotted, that's the one talking point that the patch might have caused.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Outside of that, yeah, pretty, we're going to have to see what our teams think. As right now, globally, we haven't seen a lot of change.
Yeah. One of the things that I was curious about with the support quest change, not the triple support quest, that's not allowed. Before anyone asks, I know you saw that pop up in an ERL somewhere on Twitter. That can't happen, and it's not being allowed to happen. But since support quests gold penalty has been taken out of the game, is there angles where we see like Sona Seraphine come back into play, where like Seraphine farms up for a bit and then Sona starts taking some gold after? Or do you see like some Senna with other enchantresses instead?
So they removed the farming penalty for supports, is what Rafa's hinting at. I was going to mention, if we see a Senna pop up, we should probably start talking about this. But I haven't seen any teams experiment with it yet. That being said, it probably should be experimented with. I think that we're seeing a team still really highly value quests, as of course ADs get more out of every minion they hit once they get the quest. And overall, it's pretty big strategy to try and, overhaul things that big, where you're going to go from playing like Ashe Seraphine to Seraphine Sona, which is very different. Just diving on in. Game 1 draft. We got Maryville blue side with the first pick. Dorado red side with second.
Let's go. By the way, Matt, apparently we had a Senna game in LCK a couple days ago by Diablo. It didn't win, but it was picked. So
a little bit, was it farming less?
I'm
gonna have to go check now.
It's he built Static Shiv into Lord Doms, so it doesn't look like it was a I think it was a farming Senna.
Yeah, I'm curious if he dropped any CS throughout the game. As we'll do our homework on our own time for that one. We gotta dive into this draft. Is Seraphine already taken out of the pool? Speaking of the enchantresses, and then pretty high priority on taking away the Orianna. I think the respect ban of Azir into Spyrax is also very just.
Definitely with you on that one. You never want to give Spyrax either of these two champions, either in the Azir and the Rise. Well, this leaves a lot of junglers open since it's only the Nocturne that gets taken off the table. But instead of opting in for some of the picks like Pantheon or Xin Zhao from the get-go, Maryville just decided, let's get this Varus locked in.
The Jerry favorite in the Varus, but does enable Lojaz to pick up that Pantheon that was really instrumental in their win over NRG.
Yep.
So definitely happy. I see Lojaz as we have our player cams up on our screen. I've seen him talking a little bit more in comms this year, which is really good. I had him in a combine, and it's something we talked about. You got to talk more out of the jungle role. A lot of the teams at the next level expect that. That'd be the case here for Lojaz. It's been something he was working on, something that looked good in that game against NRG. They were able to win. He's going to have some help with the engage. Is going to be a Nico for Redemption. Bringing all the engage in for Dorado.
Was part of that winning combination for Dorado. There's definitely some hiccups towards the second half when things were getting really, really dicey, but they clutched it out at the end of the day. We'll see if Maryville can have an appropriate response back. And Bessa gets locked in. Technically, this is still a flexible champion, either for K or Yuji, but in recent weeks, we have seen Mbessa's priority and strength in the jungle not nearly be that much. But as I say that, Yuji's going to flex his muscles a bit and say, yeah, you get the Pantheon, but you're not... My bet is, Mr. Lojaz, you're not going to get enough done on the map before I scale on up and become a terrifying monster to deal with.
Yeah, Aurora answer for decoy. We know he likes this one. So I would say early on, a lot of circles for Dorado. Pantheon over the top with a Nico Aurora. That engage, hoping to be big. Mbessa can stop it. Jerry, likely with the poke Varus variety, can try and play away or around it. But this engage for Dorado, it's showing to be very big. And frankly, it's one that Maryville is going to have to kind of figure out how to answer. As We dive in the rest. I like the Alistar ban. It's not the best lane matchup going into the Nico, but it does give you that ability to kind of... The headbutt's pretty valuable when thinking about Pop Blossom, Aurora, and Pantheon as well. So I think keeping that in mind, that's a ban that most would see kind of surprising, but can definitely see some of the logic for that for Dorado.
Especially since Maryville don't really have reliable engage on their team. You've got some pick tools with Bessa ulti and Varus ulti, right? But nothing that really screams, yeah, we can always guarantee a fight started off of our champions.
Is it not ban?
That's what I'm thinking too.
Take away not, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm liking that. Because then we get to potentially see if Maryville are really pressed for engage tools outside of the not ban. Do we get to see the Rel debut here in NACL now that she's been buffed?
Yeah, I think Bard's still up, so probably defaulting to that first is where my head goes. But
sure,
I think Rel and the Nico, there definitely is some credence to that matchup. So that's a decent shout there, Rafa, as they gave Rel a lot of base damage on that R, which is a pretty significant buff. Ari taken away. That's a favorite of Adam and one that pairs up well with the Pantheon. So that's going to help slow things down a little bit for Dorado, as a lot of mid laners are taken away from the pool, but frankly, I expect the AD to be locked in here just to preserve that Aurora flex. We expect it to be in Decoy's hands, but it is still flexible.
I mean, nice thing for Maryville is that they removed the last two champions that was part of the Game 1 winning composition from Dorado last week against NRG with the Ezreal and the Ahri target. So now, Hub is going to be relying on Sivir to give his team a little bit of extra movement speed to be able to get into those fights a little bit quicker. But Maryville... the time is now. Let's see what the answer is for Obstinatus in that support role, and then what Spyrex will have to potentially blind in the mid lane.
I gotta say the Sivir, I'm not a giant fan of it. We've seen Sivir really struggle so far in NACL. It's 1-5. In a lot of these games, Sivir needs the ability to auto-attack. It's already pretty hard to do so against Rumble. And the poke Varus doesn't make life easier. I know lane phase, you get a decent lane, but yeah, it's a support Anivia, a mid Victor, and that's going to make life even harder for the Sivir to auto-attack.
Oh boy, if On only knew how much of a wave he was going to create once he brought the Anivia support to the forefront on the global stage. Of course, we got an early preview of it in playoffs for LPL, but then first stand, now everyone's playing it. And I don't know if everyone has the sauce for it, but we'll see if Obstinatus can pilot it to successes with the Yone lock-in. I'm assuming that is for Adam at this point and no switcheroos, so this really does help out the damage profile for Dorado Gaming. No tanks on their side, but if these guys are able to find an advantage, this team can kind of blitz Maryville University.
I mean, no tanks on either side, really, this game. As yeah, for Dorado, I think it's got to be all about the R's and the engage, whereas Maryville, they can keep the Varus, the Victor poke, kind of neutralize things, try and find health advantages through landing poke, and then go from there. And this is where I think it's really tough to play Sivir. Like, Sivir into Anivia, Varus, Victor, Rumble sounds like a nightmare scenario for a Sivir player. I'm really interested to see how Hub gets out of this one, because your ability to auto-attack should be so hampered by all the tools that Maryville has on their side to, you know, Spell Shield isn't really even relevant this game. It's just going to be about the poke damage you're able to put down on Sivir. Really curious how soon Hub gets access to Vamp or a QSS, because frankly, I think it's necessary this game. Everything that Maryville is throwing at them is to really make sure that Hub cannot play on equal conditions. Whereas for Dorado, I think that might lead them to trying to get Adam a lead and playing in the side waves pretty aggressively.
Yeah. Maryville's composition is quite oppressive to play against once they are able to slow down the game and be able to control spaces here, because you have so many tools to slow down engages and just be able to effectively terror shape the battlefield in front of you. Equalizer, Glacial Storm, and Gravity Field from Victor. These are all giant circle or just giant AoE abilities that can make things a bit hectic for Dorado. And one of the things I'm concerned about is, while Dorado has shown that once they are in the mid game, they have a pretty solid identity of being able to plated their win conditions and understand how to navigate through the draft. This is an overload of tools from Maryville that I don't think many teams get to practice against that often. Obviously, Victor Rumble is not like an uncommon pairing in solo lanes, but I don't know how many times these teams have played against a Nivea support yet, so this might be a first for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of power early. I think that, of course, responsible for bringing this to the global stage in forefront, but for me, it's the Q buff that Anivia got. She got 1 second off her Q at all ranks. That's the stun. I think that's what has really opened her up to be played more in top and bot, just because that's not usually on most champs you'd expect that your secondary damage ability is what you max second, but not on the Nivea, because you throw up you got to get points into the wall. So just taking down 1 second across all ranks is a pretty big buff, and this champion already has crazy base damage to start off with. So we'll see if Obstinatus can use it to bully Nico out of lane. I know that we have seen Nico priority really drop globally, I think, early on this season. And Anivia's support is one of the factors that really plays into why we've seen less Nico, because if you get caught out by that stun, that could just be a kill, like from max health. If you have a few levels in the Varus and the Anivia, it is a lot of damage that comes through. So we'll see if Redemption is up to the task.
Definitely a decent challenge for him ahead of our draft, as we are loading up onto Summoner's Rift in just a few moments here, y'all. Just taking one last look at the draft here, Matt. I think it cannot be stated enough that when you are playing Pantheon into something like an Mbessa that would rather just farm out her camps and get to her items as soon as possible, not to say that Lojaz is on a timer, but there is an expectation to try and find windows where he is going to be much more effective than Mbessa in the first few levels of the game before Yuji starts to put his impact on the Rift.
Yeah, I think that the lanes are going to make it a little bit harder for Lojaz here, because I expect to have Maryville to have priority early on. So yeah, curious to see what happens, but diving into game one here, Rafa was a bit of a wait, but we're ready to go as we kick off week 3 of NACL.
Yuji is going to face check into Lojaz and challenge him for a bit of HP. And thankfully for Yuji, he's got Spyrex right behind him, so he's able to take that trade super confidently. No looks from Lojaz to try and do an early Raptor invade. He's just trying to take a safe path. As you mentioned before, doesn't look like he's going to have priority in a majority of these lanes, except what should be an Aurora-favored matchup on top side. So Lojaz is just going to be clearing towards the boss. Oh, a hub? Oh, God.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a tough one for Hub, as there's no fleet of footwork. This is definitely a matchup that for me is so bad that it might warrant a fleet, as he at least is going to be able to sneak out of there. But that is the first wave being untouched by the enemy marksman, thanks to what Maryville has been able to do down here. Off to a good start. Yeah.
I didn't even see how that kind of started off. I don't know if they had bush priority or they just literally walked up and challenged him and Hub wasn't ready or prepared for it or had any idea.
They walked up. Yeah, it was walked up challenge in 1. There's nothing you can do against the Anivia Varus level 1 as Sivir Nico. Really not a lot of defense. So at bot lane, brush posturing doesn't even matter. Maryville finds the double win. And we'll see if Hub can recover from there. Again, this is a game where I feel like Sivir, it's so difficult for her to auto-attack. And it's not like she gets that big tank in the front line that kind of enables you to throw the free autos in and get the bouncing boomerangs around the fight. That's not going to exist. Is everyone going to play back, or pretty far back this game, I think, for Maryville.
Well, it might be a topside-focused game then from Lojaz if bot lane is not going to be a place that he can reliably snowball or play around. So far, at least in mid lane, Adam has a decent head start in this matchup so far, and we all know that Yone, if he is unaffected or decelerated, then or if he is allowed to accelerate, is what I'm trying to say. Then Yone becomes one of the most terrifying champions in the game. Hits the shield bow and the blade of the Ruin King. Feels like you can't kill this guy. Then he has crit scaling. So I would be super on board for LoJazz, just trying to make sure that Adam has a really good game.
Yeah, I think that also like getting Victor Flash out, really valuable for the revisit. So kind of with you there, Rafa, if you can get involved. And yeah, flash to flash.
You called it. But Yuji is here now for a counter response. He's just going to flash on LoJazz, knowing that there is no flash on the Pantheon. And the great mastermind for the punish. Adam tries to go back in to sneak a revenge kill on a Spyrex, but can't get it through the Q shield. And that's first blood for Yuji.
Yeah, Spyrex doubled up too. Is Jerry going to pick up the kill? Can he get out?
Oh boy. Redemption tries to flash in. He finally gets one kill on the board for Dorado, but at the cost of another one in the pockets of Scary Jerry.
And that wave is ugly bot too, if you're a Dorado fan. So, action all abroad. As the flash commit from Yuji early on, he knows that LoJazz has no E. He used that to get into the fight. And Spyrex, the Q shield plus the double, got him out of there. So that is pretty nice. Meanwhile, bot side, my guess is it was an opposite honest stun into the chain, and Jerry was able to clean it up. Does go down, but takes two with him. And that wave was quite bad for Dorado too. So Maryville already getting ahead in that laning phase. The part of the game Dorado said they were really working on and need to kind of survive against a team like Maryville. So far not off to a great start, as Maryville's lanes have proven to be dominant.
Yep. Just like last week, Decoy, despite having the counter pick, is not necessarily getting a huge advantage for himself, just coasting. So it really does seem like LoJazz's investment is going to just be revisiting this mid lane, and now that Spyrex has no flash, should be, in theory, a lot easier for Adam and LoJazz to make this revisit possible onto Spyrex for the next few minutes until flash comes back up cooldown. But if Maryville also know that's the case, K gets a solo kill onto Decoy on the top side, and yeah, well, K is having another field day.
Yeah, things just went from bad to worse up there, as Decoy was kind of surviving / even / a hint ahead in that lane, but not anymore. Okay, able to find the kill is... Okay, we're going to get a big look at this one, as I'm going to guess it was Decoy ult to try... Oh, no. Okay, we did see Decoy ult used off screen from the looks of things. All right. Couldn't use it to get out of the equalizer, though, fast enough. K just going to find the win, and K going to go for a little bit more of a damage-heavy build on the Rumble, as might be kicking things off with the Rocket Belt here instead of the Leandries.
It would be super kick a Chad if he went Shadow Flame. However, with the Ruby Crystal,
yeah,
I think you're right in the Proto Belt tech there, which fine. We got to pause.
He's gonna take a page out of Zumudo's book, and that's for the Rocket Belt, not for the other top laner leaving the game. As it looks like we might have a connection issue, and a slight pause. Kick off our first game of the week 3 being back. Just to guess though that it's an I. Oh,
we're back.
Wow. I was kind of wondering why we were stuck here. That is the best pause I've ever seen.
It was very short-lived. Well, we're about 6.5 minutes.
It was like a dopamine pause. That was like almost like one of those pauses where it's like, pause the game, tell my mouse DC'd, I have to go pick up my DoorDash, and then, you know, go pull that off.
I don't think these players have DoorDash orders coming in the middle of the game. If that was the case, that'd be crazy.
I'm going to keep that brand this. That could be your brand, you know, at home.
Any food delivery, if you're watching this.
I believe it's Uber Eats for LCS, so I might have just gotten in trouble.
Well, that's on them for not extending the offer down here in NACL.
Definitely not on the broadcaster for the lack of knowledge or professionalism. As Spyrax is going to try and get out of this one.
Hey, the revisit on the Spyrax. We called for it. We hoped for it. They should get him. No! Okay, it's a Comet Spear from downtown that allows LoJazz to secure the kill, but Yuji, full knowledge that Dorado want to attack this mid lane with the Victor Flash down off cooldown, is able to make another successful counter gank.
Yeah, so we saw both junglers open the game with mirrored clears, which means same camps, but going towards the opposite side of the map. And we've seen Yuji match Low Jazz at the timers where he has wanted to go mid twice. And while Spyrax has been punished, right? It was the loss of Flash and the loss of life in those two ganks. It has been overall wins for Maryville because Yuji's here. And if Ambessa gets fed, gets ahead, Rafa, is this champ as diabolical in the jungle as it is out of the top lane? No, but is it still a massive problem that's going to kind of outscale the Pantheon, at least with damage, if it's allowed to interact in a fight? Absolutely.
Oh, and he went for the Profane Hydra build. Oh my goodness. Okay, so big difference.
Popping people.
Yeah. And speaking of popping people, Scary Jerry just popped Hub a second time.
Yeah, I was pretty out on the Sivir pick. This is a tough one.
Oh, and Low Jazz is caught trying to face check the Dragon Pit. He still doesn't have Flash. Flash from Obsinatus to guarantee the stun. Yeah, it's a dragon. It's a Pantheon corpse. Maryville are eating good in game one.
Yeah, so this is kind of... I know Sivir into Varus is a pick that I think a lot of teams like. And it's because, you know, the spell shield against Poke Varus does feel quite good. You have a lot of wave clear and should get access to the wave. That's nice, but the Anivia counter pick makes sure that it's a lot harder for you to get access to the wave. The way you interact with spell shield is okay.
Oh no. Oh
well,
no.
I was gonna say, you gotta be cute with your spell shield because there's two parts of Anivia Q. So the first part, if it can get the spell shield, you can still get damage and a stun if you allow the Q to go through Sivir and then proc it on the second. It can be quite tricky as well. And if Sivir has games where she's unable to auto attack, those games can kind of look like this, where you just get punished. And this was a game where, with Rumble Varus showing, I think it's very difficult to auto attack as Sivir. And yeah, Varus, if you go on hit build, you also can kind of blow Sivir out of the water.
Yeah.
So for all those reasons, we're not a big fan of the Sivir that is 1-5 so far in NACL. And I think a lot of teams have struggled to find the right games to execute it. And also just, it hasn't been played well enough too.
Silver lining. Adam just blew Spyrax's Flash, so Low Jazz could try and look for a repeat visit, even if UG might be there for the counter gank, because, well, quite honestly, Matt, there's nothing really else to play for Low Jazz in this game. If I'm looking at both of my side lanes and my Aurora counter pick is now down 25 CS, my bot lane is in shambles. I'm praying that if I can just get Adam over the early game hump and get him into Blade of the Ruin King, into a side lane, just try and play through that lane and just pray that Yuji is not shadowing Spyrax.
Which so far Yuji's been batting a 3 out of 2 out of 2 for 3 out of 3. He's been batting perfect there.
Yep.
As Spyrax is flashless, but Yuji gonna just walk through the mid lane on his way to Raptors. He's fine showing himself there if it means Spyrax gets a free wave for himself, which looks to be the trade. So, yeah, I mean, Adam really the only point of any power, and besides that, if you look down at the goal differences between our 5 players, it is all Maryville.
Redemption looking for the turnaround.
Okay.
Low Jazz with the unexpected gank on the bot side of the map. Knows that Scary Jerry doesn't have Flash. And they finally relieve some much-needed attention that Hub and Redemption were looking for. But now that Yuji has arrived, he's getting closer and closer to Low Jazz. Public execution is available. Spyrax is right on his tail. But they're not going to send it. They're just going to make sure that Spyrax can guarantee this entire wave.
That does get Adam a free wave mid, so nice play by Low Jazz.
Oh, he's out.
As Scary Jerry was sumless, and they were able to get down there and punish. Well played by Redemption and Low Jazz to sync that one up. That was a good comeback.
Help stifle the goal deficit for sure. Maryville are still up nearly 4,000 here at 12 minutes. Low Jazz gonna look for Spyrax. No flash on this guy. Can Adam get in range first? Fate Sealed connects on the 2, and a nice Comet Sphere from Low Jazz. They find the victor. And now Yuji and Obsinatus might be in trouble here. Obsinatus cannot be bailed out. Yuji, nothing that he could do unless he's willing to risk his own life. And that boy's got to protect his bounty, so I respect the call.
Not bad here for Toronto. Kind of back-to-back wins. As they're cutting into that gold lead, and I do think that Low Jazz deserves some kudos for his direction. so far in this game. It has been Yuji hovering mid quite a bit here. And I think that Lojaz, you know, looking for plays elsewhere, Yuji found him on the bot side, but was a hair late. Found him in river there, but was a hair late. It was Lojaz kind of using that ult and off the reset, finding some tempo to make 2 positive plays happen for his team. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Credit to Redemption for being able to set up that bot lane attack in the first place. Willing to flash ulti and get on top of Scary Jerry and Obstinatus. Scary Jerry now has flashback up, so does the Anivia. So until Lojaz or Adam is able to make a repeat visit on this bot side, they are still going to win the push. We'll take a quick look at the replay, though.
You want to shout out Obstinatus? Kind of a cute mechanic he was trying there. The wall to cancel the Pantheon stun. I think it might have helped to sneak Jerry out a little bit. I think that he still had to kind of walk funnily, but... yeah, it was... something that, at least I appreciate. A little bit cute. Did we miss something top, Rafa?
I don't think so, unless
Okay.
just pinned. Well,
I got a little nervous.
Live.
Yeah.
we missed a dive onto Hub and Redemption. Looks like Yuji paid a visit, ulted there, and sent his best regards, saying, meanwhile, Lojaz and Adam attacking Spirax once again. And it looks like his flash was just barely coming off cooldown. So, I mean, Lojaz credit, he is being super proactive on this Pantheon. Obviously, you're not going to be able to farm nearly as fast as Mbessa now that she has a Profane Hydra in her build and now an Axiom Arc. But Lojaz is doing what he can to keep this game stable.
Yeah, I think that Lojaz has honestly played pretty nice so far. It's, I mean, that was big. They got Spirax's flash, and they got the kill there, which has not happened on the previous visits, so definitely caught him at a wrong timer. Well played by Adam and Lojaz. They sunk up, and they got a dragon, which is really nice. I mean, that bot lane is not going well. So to find a dragon off your bot lane going down is big. As... yep. Decoy is not having a great time up here, and things just went from bad to really, really bad. As that is a flash and a death. And that is a bigger CS lead than what we saw Zamido find in this matchup against Decoy the other week in the game they dropped.
It's a tough time being a Bunny Witch girl in this game 1. Scary Jerry was fishing for a Chain of Corruptions. Lojaz good sidestep, though. Dodges out on that. I don't think he can bail out Adam. Does use the Fate Sealed and flashes away from the Death Laser. The Blackfire Torch is going to burn him down. No! Spirax is assassinated by Lojaz as Redemption is able to join the fray alongside Decoy coming in. Kane might have TP'd a little too deep. Redemption's going to clip him with this Pop Blossom. Obstinatus might just be next. Decoy hops in, gets a quick skip and a jump, and a few more auto attacks to proc the egg passive, and it's about to be scrambled eggs on breakfast for Dorado Gaming.
That is a lot for Dorado. I know they're still down pretty bad in this game, but I think K TPing without the ultimate, big mistake. Yuji could never be at that fight. And it felt like an overcommit overall from Maryville, as we're going to get another look what happened. His top side.
Oh,
I mean, Yuji, he stayed up here, though. Like, he's cleaning up the camps with K. And I think that once the TP comes in, like this play is probably done or over. And the fact that K TP'd in, or they sent so many resources trying to help out with his bot play, kind of surprising to me.
UG, they finally get the shutdown. It goes over to Redemption. Maybe not the most ideal target, but still, it's 1K in the bank for Dorado Gaming to stifle that gold deficit even more. Another kill on Spirax, and credit to Dorado. They are doing what they can to actually make this game competitive, and the longer this game scales out, some of these champions on Dorado's side are going to be much bigger threats than Maryville want to have to deal with.
I mean, I think that Dorado, again, like what Coach Bobby was saying beforehand, is we feel like we can play mid-game well. It's just about surviving the lane phase. And this has been a mid-game where Dorado got smoked in the laning phase, and thanks to good moves from Lojaz and the crew, they've been coming back in this one. I think Redemption, Lojaz, and Adam deserve a lot of credit for some of the plays they've been able to make as a tandem, whether it's Lojaz syncing up mid or syncing up with Redemption here. Thinking of other plays bot where they've kind of got this game into a spot where I still think there are a lot of difficulties for Dorado. I still think this Sivir is going to struggle. It's a really hard game for Sivir to find her space to auto attack, but we are, like, the Yone is a lot bigger than the Victor right now, and if Adam's able to start getting some work done on the side lanes here, I think we could see Dorado continue to maybe open this one up and at least keep a game a lot more competitive than what it should be.
Adam shows up mid, tries to cut off Obsonatus. No flash on this bird. And Redemption with the Pop Blossom sets up 2 to get knocked up. Yuji's in with the public execution, finds a trade quickly back. Spyrex now unleashes the Arcane Storm, tries to get the resets in. Adam finally goes down, but not before. Oh, no, Yuji took the Rift Herald. He's going to ram them in. He gets double knockup, sets up another for Spyrex. Redemption roots in Yuji, but it's not on the target that the turret was aggroing, since the Rift Herald was able to tank the aggro.
Well, a little bit of chaos there. I again, like the look for Dorado. I just think that Spyrex played that a little bit too well, as he gets caught by a nice root from Redemption and decoy. Little bunny hop over the wall. See a smile in the player cam there from Lojaz. Dorado, they've been fighting their way back into this one still, Rafa. I think a lot of these plays, they've been up numbers. They've been good. And Maryville, I really think that play bot where they've sent in the troops, K TP'd in, hurt them a lot. Because it kind of removes options to have a TP for a play like this where K would have had ultimate up. And might have been able to turn that one around immediately if he gets involved.
Something we didn't get a chance to touch on, Matt, but with Yuji going for a double lethality build, this Ambassador does a lot of damage. But until she gets other survival items, she's also really easy to kill and lock down for Dorado Gaming, which has made Yuji, up until the extreme over chase on bot tier 2, he was trying to make sure that he was not giving up his shutdown. But now that it's already been claimed, I think Maryville University are going to try to lock in a bit more and try and go back to some fundamental macro play for these strong objectives, because Dorado are starting to get a little too much more than Maryville wanted to give back to them in this mid game. Not to take anything away from how Dorado have played the map, but I do feel like Maryville have underestimated their opponent severely, as Spyrex is going to get clipped by another Pop Blossom. Still has flash, but with Lojaz flying on in to cut off his escape route, Spyrex is just going to accept his fate on that play.
Are we concerned yet for Maryville this game? I mean, the Anivia support doesn't exactly scale, as we get a replay of everyone being sent in. 4-man overload on that side. Lojaz sees Yuji and walks away, as he still doesn't want the smoke. But are we concerned at all?
Well, let's see. Yuji looks for the ulti engage on the Lojaz. Below 50% HP. Good flash away from the Fate Seal. And now Yuji is right. He's going to wait right on top of him from that Soul Unbound. And I think Maryville are looking a bit more locked in now.
Yeah, that... I mean, I think that is what is so nasty or special sometimes about Yuji. Like that, just flashing initially there, he makes the rest of the play look so easy and unwinnable. And we've had replay after replay today with all the action so far, but yeah, like flashing out of the Fate Seal, I mean, that is the one way that he can get outplayed or lose that fight. Flashes out of it, goes back to the snapback. No chance to play out of that one for Dorado, as... Keep in mind, they used all their tools to get that initial kill on the bot side and didn't have anything left in the tank as Yuji got involved. So, well played by Yuji. He spotted out the Pantheon early on, was able to chase that one to find a bonus kill into Adam. And now Maryville. Full control over that top side and quelling any fears or doubts that they're going to be able to put this one away.
I think Dorado found a lot of very respectable and admirable plays in this game, but now that Maryville seem to have returned to form and making sure that they are focused up, forcing out Redemption's flash and heal. They are sieging up on the top tier 2. fell it without any real challenge from Dorado Gaming. About 2.5 minutes away from another dragon spawning. Baron is up for the taking, and if Maryville ever find a numbers advantage, or if they at least take Lojaz out from the map, that is an instant Baron rip.
Yeah, I'm still pretty pleasantly surprised and impressed by Dorado, though. I think that how they played this mid game was quite good. As we're seeing everyone sent for K now.
Goes Golden for the Seekers, still has a flash, gets stunned up by Lojaz. That's one in favor of Dorado. Spyrex goes Golden, tries to buy some time. UG is gonna engage with the front lines, dances back away from Redemption's Pop Blossom. Another ulti tool gone. Obstinatus stuns up Lojaz, but there's no turret to hide behind. But they have to play with their tools. They have to use their zoning. The Glacial Storm and the Gravity Zone slows them down enough, but Spyrex steps up a little too far. Lojaz picks it up, has the GA getting popped here by Obstinatus and Scary Jerry, and Yuji's waiting for his time. A flash from Hub tries to get in, but Lojaz cannot get it done. Just a little too far. The public execution comes off cooldown for Yuji, and now he can unleash his fury, slicing through the minion wave, ready to hack into Redemption, makes the prediction, triple kill for Yuji.
Man, I really liked that turnaround initially from Dorado. I even thought that Lojaz going in, I could kind of see the play from him. I could definitely see where Dorado is coming from, what they're going for. It's not enough, as they're keeping the game fast and bloody. I mean, this is a good punish on Decay. I think this is a good TP. They're going to be down numbers initially after they get the kill. They had to play their way out. I thought they managed that one okay. It was really a chain of corruption from Jerry that helped turn things. Spyrax walking way too far up there was kind of uncharacteristic and surprising. Post-GA, thought the Lojaz's re-engage might have been something there, but not quite, as we kind of hop, skipped, and jumped our way through this replay, and usually did so for the rest of the fight as well. As he's the one that ends up getting the triple kill and making sure that Baron goes the way of Maryville and then the side screen there, so...
Yep.
See if they can turn this into the upcoming dragon that's about to spawn for him too. But again, Maryville continues to at least find ways to fight control back from Dorado, who again continue to, I think, have very worthy and sound challenges against them.
Definitely not letting Maryville roll over them. Lane phase, it definitely looked like it was just going to be a blowout, but then Dorado made the Saints stiffen up a bit.
I mean, like, speaking of that, I think, again, Coach Bobby, and talking about this team in the waning phase, he said in the pregame interview, you know, if we get out of waning phase, we feel like we can win games, so our mid-game is good. It's better than, he thinks, the majority of teams in the league. They're doing this against the team that we were calling the top team in the league coming into this game, Rafa. And
yeah,
it's the same deficit that we saw at the 10-minute mark that we see at the 25-minute mark. I definitely think that Dorado, this mid-game from them needs to be respected a bit. We've seen 2 games now where Lojaz and the Pantheon has really done a nice job at playing out the map and trying to get his team in these scenarios back in the game. So, it's a cute hiding place from Redemption. I'm trying to tuck away behind the turret. Not going to find the engage or get anything, but I do think that, like, Maryville, Dorado demands a little bit more respect for their mid-game. Maryville didn't give it to him, and Dorado is really feisty in this one.
Oh, Yuji's into the back line. He only has Death Stance and Hexdrinker for defensive items, but it's enough for him to flash away in time and get away from danger. Adam committed to the push on the top side, trying to get as much gold for him as possible. Since Dorado felt like Maryville were just going to be able to siege their way through all these structures without any real challenge, and Maryville really wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be any members to stop them for a Nexus push. Now that Adam has responded, doesn't have enough gold for that Infinity Edge, which he was looking for, it's gonna have to be enough for him if Dorado want to keep this game one alive. Adam goes in with the Fate Seal, but gets instantly popped by the Saints. And now the rest of Maryville can push through the Nexus turrets with the Baron buff on their side. It's only Decoy, Redemption, and Hub trying to scream right back into the game and see if they can stop this push from happening. But with another public execution, thanks to the Axiom Arc, UG runs the Rift once again, and the Maryville Saints continue marching through the NACL as Dorado falls here in Game 1.
They fall. Redemption gets a nice pop blossom to make sure he joins his team in the gray screen, but I still leave that game one to give kudos to Dorado. I know that they didn't find the win, but that was a really, really competitive mid game in a game where Dorado was severely down. And it kind of lends to this. If Dorado can level up their laning phase, can level up that individual play early on, we see good pieces for how the team plays later on. I think that Lojaz specifically we looked at as a jungler that we've seen be kind of weak in his time at NACL. I thought he played out that map and matchup pretty well as he got through the mid game and sunk up with his team to create some scenarios where Dorado were pushing Maryville, and we saw them make TPs where they were pressured and they were bad. Like talking about how this might have been a bad play. That's something that we don't usually talk about out of Maryville, that one of the teams at the bottom of our standings, projected wise, are now doing to a team that is at the top. We project to be at the top. So I still leave that game with wanted to give some praise over to Dorado for making that game far more competitive than what I felt like it should have been.
I think Dorado, if anything, have earned the respect of Maryville. And going into game 2, I don't think we're going to see a nearly lax mid game for Maryville for the rest of the series. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2 between the Saints and Dorado Gaming.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 In total, Faker.
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 This is just Faker.
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios.
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
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 Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Dystrophy.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar.
I have no clue.
The rarest one? Isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000? 3000?
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17.
17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
CCG lead the way with their undefeated record. Munchie's signature Wuju swordsman makes an appearance, and Sirenai shows off on his debut. Hey y'all, I'm Mazel. Welcome to the NACL weekly recap for week number 2. We started the weekend with CCG claiming dominion over AMI. Dardoch seemingly ran the rift with his Nocturne and Pantheon games, while Aojun brought the chilling cold with his Anivia in game number 1. Retrozing put on a star performance on his Mel in game 2, but it did not shine bright enough. CCG also won their second series of the week to hold control of first place at 3-0 series score and having not lost a game. The underdog was looking for a fight in our next highlight series, as Dorado versus NRG gave us upset vibes in their first game, with Dorado taking advantage of some overzealous plays by NRG and using an engage-centric comp and a grand starfall of a performance from Lojaz's Pantheon. Unfortunately for Dorado, Sirenai was not going to let his NACL debut be tempered and took games 2 and 3 by storm on his Syndra and Jace respectively. On top of that, the bot lane of NRG, Sushi and Spica, have become a force to be reckoned with the combined KDA in the last 2 games of 21, 6, and 49. Last but not least, we had Conviction versus Citadel, a battle of faith and establishment. Citadel brought out the big guns to start the series, taking Vayne for Bradley in the top lane and Mundo for Griffin in the jungle, but the sweet melodies emanating from Conviction were just too strong. Insanity also had a vintage performance on his Syndra to unleash Conviction's power with a game 1 win. In the second game, Meech and Breezy brought us back to their CLG Academy days and put on a masterclass Yunara Lulu performance with a combined KDA of 12, 1, and 31. With week 3 on the horizon, that means our match of the week has to be Maryville University versus NRG. Two of the top favorites coming into the split, two of the very best junglers that this league has to offer in Yuji and Kizdo, and Zamudo versus his old home. Make sure you follow NACL on Twitter and tune in next week on Twitch for week 3 starting April 8th at 1 p.m. PT. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Maryville University and Dorado Gaming. And while it was a game 1 win from Maryville, and by the end of the road, 12,000 gold advantage, everything looks dominant on paper. I highly recommend that you make sure that people know when going back and watching this VOD, they watch the tape from start to finish to get the full picture, because it's not just like Maryville walked all over them the entire game. Laning phase, it definitely looked like that, but the mid game, Dorado is definitely a team to look out for as we continue this regular season.
Yeah, I really like what Low Jazz, Redemption, Adam were able to do. I think that we also saw some struggles individually in the lane that kind of collapsed into bigger advantages for MU. But team play, we saw some good coordinated plays to get Dorado back into that game, or at least try to. And they proved to be a tougher out than what they probably should have been for that map. So, bloody game, a lot of kills back and forth, and it leads more credence to the Sivir pick kind of being where we were disappointed or thought that was lacking a bit, Rafa, because the Sivir doing the least amount of damage on the team and the second least in the game is not exactly a winning formula for what you want out of your Sivir comps.
Yeah, it's definitely less than desirable, but I don't know how you feel about this, Matt. Sivir can definitely rack up a lot of damage. It would be ideal for her to get items later on in the game, but I always feel like you can at least provide a go button for your team and still find yourself to be useful. But then it almost feels like we're looking at budget Ashe in the current landscape, which yet to be picked in this draft, by the way, in this entire series, but with the continuous ban on Seraphine, I assume that teams just feel like it's not the same level of power without her pop star right beside her.
Yeah, well, no Ezreal either. Maybe we do see an early 80 carry pick here, Rafa, as Maryville might be setting up for that. Kind of curious to see Ezreal banned after we have the Karma banned. Leads me to think we might see Corki Nami priority in this game.
Could be the case. However, what if Maryville say, we're going to first pick Nami, and then Dorado are like, okay, well, we need to take away the Corki, and then Scary Jerry just locks in Lucian, and we get Lucian Nami. Oh, never mind. Spyrex has Azir up. Yeah, we got to lock that in right now.
Well, Orianna and Azir are up, and we'd see most teams prioritize the Orianna side, but not a Spyrax team, as it's going to be...
Jalal's just too good, man. He's too good with this champion.
Yeah, he is a bit too good. I think someone's watching Invincible in the background. That's kind of elite.
That's epic. Oh my gosh, I think you're right.
Yeah, I
got it on the side monitor. Hey, spoilers! I haven't caught up yet, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I've yet to watch season 4. I hope that's season 1. I think that might be season 1. That's kind of funny though. I actually think I'm right on that. Anyway, oh yeah, that's there. Well, now I'm distracted. Wow.
Just put your hand up and cover the monitor, Matt. Dorado are looking at their 80 carry pick going into the second phase. I take that back. They're just going to get the Vi Ahri combination down, which, to be fair...
what, Rafa?
What's up?
If only Summit took that advice. Anyway, we got Vi Ahri locked in. Yeah, you know, that was a bad one, but it was free. It was low-hanging fruit. Cubby and stream snipes, you know, might be something there, but...
Yeah, well,
Azir locked in. Corki Nami to follow, as we called out with that Ezreal. And then also, I should call out the respect ban over to K. With that Jax being taken away. Curious if we end up with a top laner here for Decoy. Sante's been a favorite of his. It also helps with Jax and Bessa out of the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, lock in Sona blind, please. I know you see the bot lane. This champ is OP. I'm telling you.
Might be the next best enchanter up on the board that is available.
He's not going to do it.
Dorado just going to go ahead and lock in Gnar blind for Decoy, just to guarantee that they have something ready. Now, this is interesting because normally in a top lane meta, and you are red side, or second pick, I should say, you would try and reserve your counter pick for top lane, but we've already seen that the laning phase is a bit of a struggle for Dorado Gaming. So I think in this case, they're just going to take faith in that this Gnar will be sufficient and try and survive the laning phase. They're going to try to remove some of K's champion pool. And with you already mentioning both the Jax and the Rumble essentially not available for this pick, we'll see if K has already surpassed the summit of some of his champion pools here, but I imagine that there's going to be something else in the tank for this guy, as he's been... I know you were having a lot of praise for this guy for last week in his series against Blue Otter, and a bit slept on maybe in community sentiment this week.
I think my thing for K is that a lot of people look at him like, okay, there are better top laners in the league, which I don't disagree with, and you're on the #1 team, right? I think that he also finds himself in a little bit more player scenario. And that's where I think he doesn't get the kudos that he deserves, because a lot of the times he's blind picking his champions. And that's a little bit harder to do, especially as someone that I think has a little bit less experience than some of the other top laners that we list as being above him, like Zamudo and Sniper. So I think that sometimes like people view the team as that player should be better on this team, but I think that a lot of the times K is doing his job. And while I do think there are better top laners in the league, K is someone that I think had a really nice week. I mean, him and Yuji really shut down Orianna in those 2 games. He was my top laner to watch, as with NACL, we've been filling out some more lists between the co-streamers and the broadcasters to help out with some of the socials content. Definitely check that out over on Watch NACL on Twitter. If you guys aren't following and want to keep up with all things NACL, that's a good follow over there. But getting through the rest of the draft, Rafa, Jarvan made it all the way here, which is a little bit surprising, but will be locked in by Yuji.
Oh, this is a great angle. Okay, if you really want to flex on him, that would be pretty sick. But the team would appreciate a front line, and Sion is just the best one to have in this current day and age for top lane. So respect to K for just locking it down top side, being another role player in this position when he had counterpick. Obviously, there was a lot of fun options for the team, but I think given the fact that Dorado have shown some prowess in that mid game and being able to challenge what is potentially our best team in NACL, they're going to try and stick to fundamentals and just make this game as simple as possible. And the last pick ends up being Bard for Redemption, which, I'm not gonna lie, Matt, I'm a little curious why we had to save it all the way for the very end, since Bard tends to be picked a lot early in the draft. If you have any insight why that might have been the case here.
Well, one team had their bot lane showing, the other one didn't. And Bard just slipped on through, so they were going to show Caitlyn before they showed the Bard. Kind of makes sense to me. I think that we have seen Dorado attempt this bot lane before, and they got smoked by NRG in that game. So hopefully this time around it's better. But yeah, overall, I like the Sion. I think Sion makes life pretty hard on Ahri Caitlyn this game. And we really need to see Dorado kind of fight around the Sion. Vi has value going up against Tidal Wave, Emperor's Divide. There's ability to buffer with Cease and Assist and get you in the backline regardless. So I just want to see if Lojaz and Adam can continue to sync up, as this is a duo where I think that Adam, I know I talked about the Lojaz side and being a little bit more proactive. Adam individually looks a lot better to me this year than he did at this time last year. I thought Adam was rather underwhelming as one of the 4 rookie supports we had in the league. Last year, him and Asilo were kind of the 2 that we were less excited about, whereas Ao June and the 4th that I'm blanking on,
Fi Mini,
thank you, we were a little bit more excited about. So to have Adam, for me, I think really kind of level up some of his individual play. I know he's been playing picks that he's comfortable with, a little bit different than other pools, but we've seen him run with that, and I think it's been a positive. So we know that he loves his Ahri. Syncing up with the Vi is it's time-old classic. We'll see if him and Lojaz can make sure that they do what they can to speed up this game through mid.
Eyes on this jungle mid duo from Dorado Gaming, as it has been the most consistent source of success for either early game advantages, if not mid game strides. Yuji gonna be kind of going for a mirror clear, but this is, where's, oh, okay. The numbers didn't show up on the spectate screen, so I confused myself a little bit, but Lojaz just starting up that red buff makes sense for Vi. Doesn't really have the best time level 1 onto AoE camps, but big single target camps has max HP damage, makes a lot of sense. I'm curious if Yuji starting on a Raptor camp allows him to just accelerate his level 6 timing a little bit faster, because he's essentially getting the cycle of the AoE camps up a bit sooner.
Well, I think he's going to go invade. I think that's why he's doing this. As look where he's posturing after that Krug.
Yep.
Yep. It's time to walk in. It's time to walk in. He's got Prio with the Korkinami. He is spotted.
He will get spotted.
Yep. That's a nice ward by Dorado. It's going to help out. They're still behind in this lane matchup, but Redemption, he did burn the Q, but should be able to try and help out.
They see the flag, so they should know that his spells are down for a few seconds here. Lojaz is just going to wait. He's got Adam. Yuji's going to spot Adam with his flag. So Adam's got to make a decision whether he wants to commit to helping Lojaz or not. Yuji now can try and attack mid lane since Adam is a little low on HP. Wow! EQ through that wall with the flash to guarantee it. Are you kidding me, Yuji?
Yuji makes everything look so damn easy. And I think that's the craziest part about him as a player. Just how long mechanically he has been playing this well. Because when we first were watching Yuji, Rafa, it was about the Zed jungle, the Kiana jungle, the Diana jungle, and just showing off freakish mechanics in his debut. And he really has kept those mechanics up the entire time. It's just how he's rounded out his game plan. It is truly disappointing to watch him continue to compete in this league. Because, again, we just know that he's so much better than this. And every time he hits the rift, he is proving continuously that he is so much better than this. As he
deserves more.
He's dominated the league. He really has.
Sparx might be in trouble. At best, he's hoping that he only needs to burn a flash. Yep, Vault Breaker forces it out of the Golden Emperor here. But now that is a point of potential revisits for Dorado Gaming, investing Redemption as well to the play. Obstinatus now shows up. It's going to make Redemption's life a bit miserable, trying to walk back to bot lane, or at least decelerated. You can get a nice chunk onto Adam, too.
Well, I think Yuji's going to take this crab, return to his Bo3 camps that he can cycle out early on, and be pretty happy about where he's at in this game. As Jarvan being picked this late, I mean, there are a lot of ways that you can play out of Cataclysm. But I think why Jarvan is such high priority right now is that he still clears so quickly. And even if there are a lot of mobility spells that can get you out of Cataclysm, it still is such a sound way to play out the game. Of trading out Cataclysms for Flash and tools of that nature. So we'll see if Yuji can continue to really push this lead forward.
Yeah, he's one of the few champions from the jungle role that has reliable engage and ways to just guarantee a fight starting. That is also a skirmisher. You look at almost every other champion in the current meta pool. Vi has guaranteed engage, but it's only on one target. Yuji can lock down multiple. Xin Zhao just kind of dashes onto one target. Pantheon can only really dash onto one target. So this just really helps give Maryville a lot of options for just burning summoner spells or burning important spells. And we've seen over the years how the best Jarvan players will save their EQ before using Cataclysm, or using Cataclysm first and then just EQing out just to keep people locked in. And that is always an effective way to just zone off people in fights. As Dragon is spawned here at the 5-minute mark. We've got 2.5 minutes before Grubs spawn. And I'm keeping my eyes peeled for mid. Oh boy! That would have been such a sick alley-oop. But Adam does flash out of the bubble in time. Now Lojaz wants to make a visit here. No flash on Spyrex still. Oh, he was looking for Obstinatus instead. Adam pops the Spirit Rush, dashes into the bubble. Can he find the Charm into one target? Finds it with Spyrex.
Nice.
Dorado eventually get the play done.
Nice. Redemption came over. I think that was a surprise. I think Spyrex could have managed that one if it was only the two of them. But Redemption coming in, connecting with that. Did make sure that that play, while a little bit everywhere from Dorado, did connect in the end. Meanwhile, Jerry, his wave's in a tough spot. Oh, we're going to replay. Gonna see if Jerry can get out of that one. As it was a nice bubble to find the cancel onto Adam. And again, I think Spyrex stepping up there. The charm hits after that. Regardless around if Redemption's there, it's not great. As Jerry did burn both sums off screen. And Decoy dies on screen to K and Yuji.
K was setting up a dive with UG, and I think Decoy recognized that he had to go all in onto the Scion before UG could get there. Got super close, but Soul Furnace at the right time gives K enough HP effectively to survive. And once again, Maryville's side lanes are somewhat off to a good start here. Not nearly as dominant as game 1, but now Redemption's trying to fish, see if he can burn anything off of Scary Jerry, since, as you called it out, no summoner spells on this Corki.
Level 6.
Well, that's a lot of damage. Gotta be careful.
Hub does have
Sidestep
R.
from K.
I think if Hub steps far back enough, ripping the R is not a bad idea, but UG was spotted killing a control ward, and that wave's not in good shape, and they're going to leave it there. So that's going to be a nice small win here for Jerry.
30 seconds before grub spawn, neither jungler has gone for dragon yet, so not going to be necessarily a super accelerated Drake stacking game for either of these two teams here. Level 6s on both Vi and Jarvan, so things could get quite cataclysmic if they both try and fight each other over these grubs in the next few seconds.
UG's looking bot first. Hub kind of stayed at the HP as that wave again was in a tough spot. Oh boy, we went airborne. So almost some Urgot flip mechanics right there.
Hang 10. Man, that was some air time. UG cannot effectively solo dive Hub and Redemption, but he's definitely challenging them and making them sweat a bit, which allows Scary Jerry and Obsinatus to get this wave effectively pushed in, and now he's just looking for these camps. And Low Jazz, I don't think he got any grubs during that time, so he's about to miss out on a big camp timer here.
And one that UG's going to punish. As blue buff being taken, and Low Jazz going to spot it out as...
Oh, he snuck through? Oh...
They have a lot of info. They could go if they want. Adam has a TP available, as he's going to go back mid.
Was that a play that they could have gone for, Matt?
I think it would have been a reach. I was with you, though. I was thinking about it. I think conditions overall a little bit better for Maryville in that scenario.
Sure.
So, look for a different timer.
It can always feel a little... I don't know what the word is, but I definitely am a bit more eager if I'm the Vi in that position. I see the Jarvan. He has no EQ. I can just follow up easily with a cease and desist, but because Caitlyn hasn't really hit any big component spikes, there's not a lot of damage behind the engage on this Jarvan. You probably just want to save this ultimate for something else. But if they catch him on the invade on the top side... UG spotted early by Redemption, so no play.
Maybe look at the grubs. As I think Dorado, I mean, both teams picking up grubs. Azir and R have value on each side. Obsinatus and UG getting in. Nice. Slink back from Adam. But honestly, the conditions, again, with the Nami being there, if UG is able to get in the grubs now, conditions are better for Maryville. So it's going to be 2 being sniped out by Low Jazz, and that should be it.
And Adam is too low to help Low Jazz contest for these Raptors, so I feel the pain. Can't even outsmite UG either on the big one there, so UG will claim a camp for himself, get a little bit of extra gold into his pocket, can easily take out this last grub and deny 3 grubs overall. I just want to shout out Spyrex in that essential 1v2, Matt. The fact that he forced Adam to Spirit Rush early and chunked a huge part of his health bar, it just made any follow-up plays with Low Jazz completely impossible.
And again, I think removing Ahri ult for Azir ult in that scenario is more valuable to take away Ahri's ult. Because what Ahri can do early on in the game with some of those resets or repositioning and finding the charms. Azir, you're kind of like, with the new iteration of Azir, you want to stand and fire as much as possible. So not having R... I just think it's far less detrimental to Azir than it is to Ahri in that scenario, who is looking for plays. So it helps Maryville at least clean up. A couple camps away from Low Jazz. UG continues on the clear, and we'll see what happens with the Dragon coming up as Decoy has his R. Might be able to... Oh, no, doesn't have his R yet. I was about to say. Could have fired Scion into the turret. A little bit surprised not to see that, but are not quite available. Or decoy yet, and K continues to do a good job on the top side.
Man, K's got to have that cooldown then locked in his head for him to be that confident right under the turret against decoy. Looks like Dorado trying to challenge Maryville for vision control on this bot river. This has been a hot spot now for the past few minutes. I feel like this pixel brush has been constantly warded out by Maryville, which has given them a lot of space to be able to play for. UG starting up the dragon. Lojaz was on reset, looking for a Sunder Sky, and Spyrex has the first push. So this looks like there ain't no way Dorado are going to be able to challenge for this dragon. Maybe they can try and look for top camps instead.
Seen a lot of chaos in the map, even if it doesn't show in the kill score in the last couple of minutes. And looking at the CS, Jerry has really opened up a pretty big lead over Hub in the last couple of minutes of play. As Hub going to be going for that brand new item that I should really know the name of. That is purple.
X-Optics?
X-Optics, there it is. Trying to benefit off the range of that for the Caitlyn.
Oh, I don't think Dorado were expecting Scary Jerry to arrive on the top side of the map.
I like it.
Immediate respect flash from Lojaz.
I think if there's one thing to learn from what the top team in our league is doing so far from CCG, it is to find these proactive swaps. And swapping into the Scion lane like that, I mean, you can see Dorado's going to answer, but it's late. It gives Jerry a little bit more free time. Try and get things done as...
I don't think you're going to get a lot of damage down on the UG with Opsonaz right behind him. Forces the flash, goes in for the Cataclysm, EQ flag and drag out, but the Season Desist buffer time nicely by Lojaz allows him to follow up on the play. Redemption, though, caught on the other side of the turret, takes the magical journey back on over. Dorado Gaming, can they escape now in a 2v3 dive?
I think Adam and Redemption played that quite well. As the escape from Adam was really nice. They find UG, TP coming back in to try and defend, and I think Dorado gets out of here A-OK. That's a really well-managed play by Dorado.
Not gonna lie, I was a little not on the train with this engage on the UG, thinking they didn't have enough damage, but Hub and Adam arrive in time thanks to the Tempered Fate from Redemption, stalling the play long enough.
That flash from Adam might have looked a little bit goofy, but the fact that he was able to sneak out of there, I thought was quite nice. He kind of needed to go down to the round to avoid the members of Maryville that were closer to the top outer turret. Again, showing some of that RE prowess. We know that Adam has it, like the Torch start too. He's going to prioritize some of the damage on this champ. That said, RE does not want to find Scion in the side lane. I know that Scion has no MR, but you are still Scion. So yeah, Adam's gonna see that. They're gonna change things up immediately, Rafa.
Fast. So, hey guys, I do burst. I don't do sustained damage. Oh, big pick onto Redemption.
Speaking of burst,
credit to Opsonatus for the bubble to set it all up.
The bubble has burst in the Redemption market.
Ouch.
Well, that's going to be a lot of pressure going on to mid and a lot more gold over to Scary Jerry, who continues to crack open a lead. And yeah, not much to see there. I mean, we get a second look at Redemption failing to find Redemption.
Hey, come on, man. It's just one death.
It is, you know. We'll see if he can redeem himself now. The Redemption tag is... It's about moving forward, Rafa. Not about moving backwards. You can't live in the past. Hey, look at that! Banger!
Damn. Right on cue. During that time, Obstinatus' life has been sacrificed for the greater good of securing this Rift Herald. Maryville University will maintain a small gold advantage, but this is the closest that Dorado have been with Maryville.
Good catch.
Finding Scary Jerry with the cease and desist. Excellent
really nice
stuff by Dorado. Hey now, we've got an even game state between Dorado and Maryville University. Oh.
That's a bummer. Looks like there was a big trade from Adam. He had no ult. Spyrax able to base TP back, gets the kill. But, again, Dorado's mid-game deserves some credit and kudos. I really like what we've seen out of Lojaz and Redemption moving together. I think that's been the big difference maker for me. And honestly, something that I might need to look again and see Maryville. I think that Obstinatus is a little bit more tied to lane, given that it is Corky Nami. But both games, we have seen Redemption take roamers in the Nico and the Bard and try and make use of it.
A decoy's starting to cook here. K was tanking up the turret, hops over the decimating smash, goes mega, slams Yuji into the wall. Can he get out in time? Redemption doesn't have any healing for him with the Summoner heal spell, and Yuji takes the Rift Herald for a drive. As K with the quick flash finally chops off decoy, but can they stall for maybe a look on the K? Cosmic Binding, does he have it?
He's got ult in 2.
Wall breaker connects. Cease and desist at the ready. Tempered Fate to disable the turret aggro. Okay, stalling a little too much time, and the turret aggro has ramped up far enough for K to punish Redemption.
Well, that's a little bit of Scion gaming, as I think everyone in the league, by the way, might have learned a lesson from Fiji, who has been very adamantly against Bommy's items as a tank player. And we see K with the unending despair helping get that little bonus health as, yeah. That was a prediction we saw. We saw Adam lose most of his health at the turret. A lot of replays here, so we got another easy pick on the Jerry. Was called out in rotation, syncing up with Redemption. That was quite nice from Dorado, but Decoy did his best to stall up here, and it was just not enough, as Scion was able to overtake him in the end.
Like the look. Unfortunately, that's a big boy you're trying to take down.
Yeah, you know who I like to look for? K. As it's been another nice game for K.
1.3k gold ahead. Got his counter pick of choice, and while it's not necessarily the traditional counter pick that people might be able to look at, he's just playing a really nice laning phase, and unfortunately for Decoy, Maryville brought the whole gaming party to make sure that this mini-Gnar was not having any fun. About a minute and a half before this Baron Nashor spawns, 4 minutes before the next dragon is up on the table. Low Jazz potentially finding Obstinatus, Yuji right behind him. Looks to turn on to Hub instead. We've got 2 separate fights. Hub is just trying to run for his life. Not going to get anywhere far enough to escape the dangers of the Saints. Dorado Gaming at least find one onto Obstinatus, but... And Spyrex, I should say, as well.
I mean, it's an extended 2 for 2. With a shutdown going over to Dorado, so technically not bad, but Hub not being quite connected there was what hurt, as if it wasn't for that, Dorado would have had maybe a little something cooking there.
Okay, but what if, Matt, Hub died for the greater good, that Maryville didn't pursue the fight into the jungle quadrant?
We're doing a lot of dying for the greater good, I must say, as I think we missed this as a whole, too.
Oh.
Yep. Well,
yeah, this is a tough game once again for. Well, yeah. Back to live, more action here in the jungle quadrant. This time, Obstinatus falls first. Good blast cone timing. Low Jazz is forced to flash. Tempered Fate from Redemption will save his jungler. Excellent work from Redemption. At least to deny a couple extra kills from Maryville University.
Yeah, still, it's going to be Maryville kind of keeping trucking. As they don't have any grubs, but are going to be able to get some work done on this bot turret. Adam responding topside. Should get that top outer for himself, but damage is going to be done. As... Yeah, I mean, the Blast Cone was a decent attempt, at least to help get out, but Redemption kind of the star here, as he makes sure there's no blood.
He's had pretty nice Tempered Fates this game, and like we said a few minutes before, it was the most competitive mid-game that Dorado's had with Maryville, and the gold lead was pretty much even, but Maryville have now found a few back-to-back nice sequences that has allowed them to take off turrets, which is now giving them 4k gold lead. Low Jazz is now in trouble, and K sends it in with the Choo-Choo Scion train, ramming into Dorado's mid-jungle duo. Without Low Jazz and Adam, I think Dorado Stars have nothing else to play for. Hub and Redemption are going to be the next on the chopping block here. Yuji sends it, forcing Hub to flash over the wall. Scary Jerry does go down. Went between 2 towers. Not the ideal start here for the rest of that sequence there, but Maryville University still ahead by 4,000 gold.
This game's been a little bit chaotic. I think the solution for Dorado is to get Caitlyn as many items as possible and just hope that's enough, as it was a pretty big entrance into the fight from K. Really shut down any chance of Dorado winning that. As he entered. I mean, good defense being played there by Hubbard and Redemption, but a little bit too big. Maryville is, and honestly, there was some unforced errors from Maryville that kept that one close, as the bot lane got a little bit too far forward, but definitely,
let's watch it again.
Yeah, I mean, K does deserve some kudos for how he's been playing this one.
Do we get a triple replay? Oh, no, not this time. All right. Low Jazz fishing for a Vault Breaker. Target might be Yuji, but he just EQs away. We got Baron up for the taking. Neither team really fishing for the start. Case walks up. Breaks the Cosmic Binding using the Unstoppable Onslaught. Low Jazz sends it on the Scary Jerry. Doesn't have anyone to follow up on the dive with him. K is frontlining. Spyrex goes in. Nice Emperor's Divide. The Temper Fate will stall them only momentarily, but Adam just does not have enough damage to fight all 5 of them by himself. Decoy could not get into the play either, and just like that, Dorado lose 3 for the price of 0 on the side of Maryville University. Oh, the
good
bubble! Forcing Flash out of Decoy, but Yuji follows up with his own, and now it's Baron time.
Well, man, we talked about how Sion can make life hard for the Ahri and the Caitlyn. I just watched K straight up 1v1 hub, and Redemption honestly did a pretty nice job of peeling him back, but there was just no hope in getting that Sion off the front line, as this Sion is a bit of a problem. I think the difficulty of Sion that a lot of teams face is that he can get through a lot of landing phases by cheating it, and then he is too big later on with the W passive to be dealt with by certain champions. Like, I really feel like he can punish certain drafts like this where you have crit scaling marksman and kind of lower damage mids. Exactly what we're seeing in this game, as K has really put together a nice one for the squad.
Yep. I want to go back to the point you mentioned about Fiji kind of helping the rest of the top laners break out of just rushing Sunfire Cape and other Bomby Cinder items. Goodbye, Low Jazz.
Well,
might be more here. Decoy has no flash. Spyrex doesn't have Ember's Divide either, but he is just gonna use his Sand Soldiers to do all the dirty work and sends Decoy back to the graveyard on that one. But again, I really want to shout out, if there are any tank players... Oh, do we get a... Okay, so... Unending Despair. One of the best tank items in the game right now. And it's all about adaptive tank building as well. Understanding, hey, my next biggest threat on the team is a crit scaling marksman. Slam a Randuin's. Boom. Just like that.
Well, that Unending Despair certainly helped him with the Phillips Norelco precision play on the top side. So, well played to K. Put together a really nice series today. As Maryville is looking to put the finishing touches on, I would say in some ways what we expected out of the series in terms of a 2-0. In other ways, I think that Dorado did show a lot more competitiveness than what we expected as well. So, it was a feisty series, but still Maryville, they're the team to beat in this league, and, well, see if they can beat him here.
Tidal Wave coming in, hits all 3 from Maryville University. The rest of Dorado Gaming are doing what they can to defend their base from falling. Nice animation cancel from Decoy with the Mega Gnar. Unfortunately, no one else can really follow up on it. Redemption finds himself to be the last member standing. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find any redemption, even if a redemption is coming in and gives him a little bit of healing. The rest of the Saints going to be crashing in this giant minion wave into the Nexus turrets. K will stand guard just in case anyone spawns earlier from the fountain than expected. But the Maryville University Saints should be able to clean this series up 2-0. Expected, but still a pleasure to see.
I mean, it just speaks to how good Maryville is, the fact that whenever they hit the Rift, we were kind of expecting games to look like this. I think that Maryville, this series was a little bit bloodier than what they were hoping for, especially that game 1, but still, I really feel like we saw positives out of Maryville, at least in how they were able to respond to some of that team play, and then just the overall direction, strategy, and the individual strength of some of these members. I mean, even seeing K flexes muscles a little bit more this series as an individual. Not being on the Rumble Jacks, getting a really nice Scion game in there. More positives for Maryville. And honestly, with how competitive Dorado is, I hope that we can see series wins from them, because I can very clearly see them being outmatched individually, but still making good plays as a team. And if you can level up the individual play, as Bobby was talking about before, I feel like this team can be maybe in the conversation of getting out of that relegation spot, which is exactly where you want to be as Dorado, given that most of the team is either a rookie team or a team that has been back and forth between being relegated and re-promoted back into NACL.
We knew that it was going to be a tough challenge for Dorado Gaming going into Maryville University, and I think we walked away from this series feeling like, you know what, I think Dorado Gaming deserve a lot more respect from not only the rest of the teams in the league, but also us here on the broadcast and here in the community, because all the tier lists had this team as one of the bottom 2 teams that was expected to be relegated. And honestly, Matt, I think this team can escape relegation. Like, very high genuine chances if they are showing these strong mid games here. Obviously, Coach Bobby, and from what we've seen on tape, the laning phases are a bit rough, but I mean, not every team in NACL is going to have laning gods like some of the members here in Maryville or over on NRG or Conviction, right? There are going to be teams that are going to be weaker in the laning phase that you can exploit, that you can try and coast by, and that the mid game, it's just the planning, the direction, the coordination. It really is awesome to see from Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, there are positives there. I mean, I want to give Bobby kudos for what we've seen out of this team, because I can very clearly see good direction from the players and plays that are being set up. I would have loved to see the game 1 be played if it wasn't Dorado at a 5k goal deficit 6 minutes into the game. Sincerely, I think that if Dorado plays that same game on more even footing from the lane phase, there is hope that they could have done something in that game. But that's the strength of Maryville. That's where Dorado still needs to level up as a team that, again, a lot of the placements we've seen, you know, if you're bottom 8 in the playoff bracket for ACL out of the 16 teams, and then also have a history of being promoted and relegated from this league itself, I think that it leads to the reasonable expectation that we view this team as a team that is at threat of getting relegated. But from some of the, and looking at the individual play, that also leads to where our heads are at for Dorado. But I do not see that when it comes to this team playing as 5. And I think that's a lot of kudos to the players. I want to see them continue to try and level up. And there are teams that, looking at Winthrop and Citadel, I think that there are teams that they can look at and be like, okay, if we beat them, win these series, maybe we aren't in that relegation conversation, right? So I want to see if Dorado can do that, because this is the first series we saw from them where they didn't take a single map. And that's going up against Maryville, where at least they were a little bit more competitive than they should have been, especially in that game 1. So still some props for Dorado, but Maryville continues to cruise.
Maryville definitely want to be challenging CCG for undefeated team in the league once we get that head-on-head collision later down the road. But of course, for us, we gotta laud our MVP of the series. It is Yuji, and it's really hard to not give it to this guy when he is consistently finding so many damn good advantages for himself. I think there's a lot of small wins and small shoutouts that could be allotted to a lot of the players on the Maryville roster for this series as well. But man, I mean, when Yuji is on the Rift, and we talking about it so many times, he does not deserve to be in this league. He should be playing in tier 1. He should be playing in tier 1 again. Yeah. So
I'm like looking for reasons to not give him MVP, and I'm sorry, he's still the MVP of that game. So, you know, Maryville players played well, but Yuji just continues to be really the drum that this team plays the beat to. So
that being said, we do have an interview with one of the winning players from Maryville University ready to go. So please, everyone at home, give a warm welcome to the one and only Mr. Scary Jerry in the bot lane there. First of all, congratulations on the win. I want to go to you immediately about the Anivia pick, because I know that it's a rare one to see these days, but credit to First Stand for seeing it, and now more people around the world. How how long have you guys been cooking up this pick? Is it more of a recent thing, or did you guys get on it as soon as On started playing it at First Stand?
Oh yeah, it's more of a recent thing. Definitely First Stand, people playing it. Like once you see pros play something, you're just like, all right, dude, this thing's good. Like it's playable. But Anivia is just a really strong pick because range supports are really OP right now bot lane, and
Yeah.
Anivia, like that champ's broken. It's got 2 health bars. It's got like pretty much guaranteed stun. If you're like winning the trade or the matchup, he can just start the trade with W, and you can just like shit on their ADC. But shout out Gee because this was his first week playing Anivia, and he's already like really good at it. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
And props to him for being able to pick it up in such a rapid fashion. Going more large scale, Jerry.
Large scale.
Maryville. Already considered to be by many in the community the best team in NACL right now, despite the winning records maybe favoring a couple other teams just because they've played more series. For you guys, what is the pressure of already being perceived as the best team? Does that make you guys feel like more nerves to always play cleanly, or are you just trying to take it one series at a time?
I mean, we're lucky that we don't have a lot of nerves on this team, but there's a lot of pressure on us to do well this split so that we can secure a sponsor for the next split. Because, yeah, we didn't manage to get a sponsor this split, so we're just playing for free. But if we do well this split, we'll probably get a sponsor. So that's kind of where the pressure comes from. And also, we just need to show people what we're made of. Going into the season, there were a lot of people that said that NRG or Conviction were better than us. And, I think me, Yuji, and Jalal have shown that we can always win NACL. So there's just pressure to show people that.
I mean, you already toppled Conviction in week 1, and now you got NRG on the horizon later this week. I think that's going to be probably our most anticipated match for quite a while now, since you already talked about it, you 3 being the big dogs in the league, and if you secure that first position, you guys are in a great looking spot for the regular season. One last question for you, Scary Jerry. What are some of your individual goals? Obviously, the trip to LCS was not what you wanted, but it was still a good experience for you.
Yeah.
And between last split on Conviction and now back on Maryville University, what are some of the learnings you took from Tier 1 that you're trying to apply to yourself here for Tier 2 and your journey back to LCS?
Yeah, I mean, keeping yourself accountable and just practicing a lot, even when it can feel kind of slow day to day. That's kind of what I learned, like just staying consistent over the course of the entire split and just like trying not to burn myself out, because I think like I played a lot in Tier 2, and then when I made it to LCS, I was kind of burnt out. And I was pretty immature, so like a lot of my habits caught up with me. So now I'm just trying to like, be more mature with my practice habits, try to like improve slowly. Because I already have a pretty good foundation. Obviously, like my laning's definitely the best in NACL, and it's pretty good. But it's just being more consistent and more disciplined with the other stuff. Just trying to like come at it, trying to come at like going pro with a more mature point of view. So yeah, I just need to keep showing people that I'm the best in Tier 2 and that I deserve Tier 1.
Appreciate the transparency, and I think we all know that you have the skills and what it takes to be there in Tier 1.
Thanks.
And you recognizing that it's just consistency and discipline to make sure that the regiment can carry the results over the stage. Before I let you go, man, any last shout outs you want to give here?
Yeah, shout out my dad, watches all the matches. Also, yeah, no one else, but shout out NRG. It's gonna be fun to take them down next match. So they're watching. Like we're coming there full swing. We're gonna beat them.
Sushi Speaker, watch out. Scary Jerry Ops Natus are coming your way,
Yeah,
baby. Thank you again, Scary.
Thanks.
All right. I'd like to shout out to his dad. Definitely ran into him at the studio when Jerry was competing out here in LA. Always been a really supportive parent. And shout out to Jerry. Continues to play well. I know that I was one of the individuals he's targeting in terms of tier list, ranking them below maybe Conviction and NRG, but definitely don't feel that way with the gameplay they put forward in the split so far, as they are the team to beat, I think, by everyone's metrics that have just really followed the league. And hope they get a sponsor. I appreciate Jerry talking about that, because that is a team that is playing at a very high level, collegiately and here, and definitely hope would be great to see someone step in and help them perform it to the best of their abilities for the upcoming split as well.
That's right. And Very funnily enough, that we had a shout out over to NRG, their next opponents later down the week, and probably our most anticipated match for a while here in the regular season. We already have NRG Joey, the coach for the squad, on deck, ready to get a quick chat in before his matchup with Winthrop University.
All right. What is up, Coach Joey? Good to see you, as I know we're diving into this match against Winthrop University. Joey, I know that you got some background, of course, working with a collegiate team. Shout out to University of California, Irvine, the team that you help out with. How much have you seen or faced Winthrop throughout the year? Do you have more experience going into them? And what's one of the biggest problems or strengths that team presents as you're prepping for them today?
Yeah, I haven't really played them in official matches too much, but definitely scrimmed versus them a fair amount, both with NRG and with UC Irvine. I think their bot lane's one of their bigger strengths for sure, so making sure we can be stable down there is going to be a key for success today.
Yeah, of course, last week's games, you guys went up against Dorado. Ended up being a 2-1 series as Dorado played a pretty nice game, one into you guys. I think that one of the things that I've seen from the tape is that was a game that Spica wasn't exactly on a mover. On Lulu, you have a little bit less power. What's it been like, working with Spica in that support role, as of course he comes with such a great background in terms of jungle and playing professionally? How has that kind of led into him transitioning in this role, and how has that helped you help him, knowing that he has that background?
It's great because it feels like it's very easy to have high-level conversations with them about the role. I'm someone who comes from a very big support background myself, so it feels like I'm passing on a lot of knowledge, and I feel like he understands it pretty quickly, and it's really just about him getting repetitions on it, and he's doing great at it so far, I think. So making sure that he gets more and more comfortable with the role as long as he's been playing it, and should do really good. I think he's warmed up to it quite well.
Yeah, look, Joey, outside of that, I think that if you're watching your team today and there's one thing that you hope that you're seeing that you guys do really well, what would that one thing be as you dive into the match against Winthrop?
I mean, I hope we kill Nexus as well. I feel like that'd be pretty good. Realistically, no, I feel like just the things that we've been working on this week, don't really want to say too much of what those are, but just the things that we've been working on, trying to bounce back after our Dorado series, and hopefully we can come away with, discipline in games for the things that we were trying to do in scrims.
All right, we'll keep it vague. We'll look out for that discipline in games. Best of luck going up against Winthrop today, to you and the folks at home, and have a good match.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Rafa, we're going to get you back in here as we prep for Winthrop versus NRG. And Joey, he kept a little neutral.
Kill the Nexus.
I respect that.
Kill the Nexus.
I would like to see that be done well, too. None of this Maryville fishing around for kills. We got to be efficient and hit the Nexus. I think that's what he meant, right?
If Joey watched last night's Ninjas in Pajamas series, he would be very proud of Hoya for being able to kill the Nexus there in game 2. And despite having a 0-0-0 score line.
Don't give me flashbacks, man. For those that aren't familiar, LPL English project that a lot of us help out with here on the team. I was on last night. We saw at IP, they won with a Hoya backdoor. He ended the game 0-0-0. There was a great video done by Esports Garage, shout out to them, about, I think it was the 22 historical games that have been played where a player won, finishing 0-0-0. This is definitely up there for one of the better performances. I mean, we backdoored a Nexus that was not stopped.
Awesome.
Like, there was a picture-in-picture for 2 minutes straight of this, Zero Grub Renekton just hitting stuff. And he won the game. It was a big tilter. We're never going to see macro that bad in NACL, I promise you. It's not going to happen. I have more faith in our teams. Dorado's macro was better, and they lost, all right? It was.
He's got a point. He's got a point, Chad.
It was bad. It was bad.
I can't.
Did you like my Renekton animation, by the way? Just the sidearm?
I mean, Renekton's arm's got to be pretty massive to hold a blade like that. That is.
I used to know
massive.
what, historical tribe the blade was actually derived from. Because
Really?
Yes, this is something I might look up on my picture-in-picture myself, but we do have a match tab in front of us, Rafa. NRG versus Winthrop. I had a chance to talk to Coach Joey just then. What are you excited about diving into this best of 3?
I want to see if people are going to catch on to the Sushika moniker I've tagged for both Sushi and Spica, because I kind of came up with it on the fly when I was casting with Slayer, and I was surprised that it hit as well as it did with Slayer on the cast. So I was like, you know what? Let's see if we can get it going. So if you like Sushika as a duo name, let us know. We won't be able to see it because we have a 3-minute delay, but we'll We'll know about it later on. We've got the NRG lineup, though, on your screen. Zamudo, Kizno, 5 Mini starting today, and Sushi and Spica for that Sushika bot lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. No, I'm gonna go against that immediately and say that bot lane should just be spicy. It's too easy. It's spicy. Bot lane.
Oh, wow.
They keep it spicy, you know?
Damn.
I have a feeling the Sushi's gonna like that one better too, so you might be cooked.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, Fudgerino for sure. Anyway, Zamudo, Kizno, 5 Mini.
I'm really sad that I didn't come up with that first. Wow,
it's
spicy.
Spicy meatball.
It's also yeah. It's got a little like cutesy
spicy sushi, you know.
Spicy.
Yeah, the last time I got sushi, I didn't have enough, but the best roll they have there is definitely the spicy rolls. They're very good. I'm limited. I'm allergic to shellfish, so I got to be careful around the sushi. But
that's what I was about to say. Is like, wow, you're still picking up sushi despite having a shellfish allergy.
It's a great deal. It's all you can eat sushi on Mondays and Tuesdays for $30 after tip.
Dude, do you want to shout them out? Maybe they'll sponsor.
No, because I don't want the place to get too busy. But shout out to my friend Cole, as I've met him there for sushi multiple times by him.
Oh, so. I know exactly. I know. I won't say anything. But
yeah. Their
opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift is Winthrop University, Denethor, Wilson, Zach, Mobility, and Kim Down, keeping it locked and steady. And I know that there was a lot of conversation around our top 5 players for the week. I think Mobility definitely understand the response that he had over on socials, because he was definitely the cleanest AD carry performance we had all week long.
It was. I was kind of looking for a reason to not give it to him, only because of strength of opponent is something that I definitely factored in. And they went up against AMI, but I thought that Mobility's performance, especially in that game too, was undeniable, as I had him as my top 80 carry of the week. And that leads into our face-to-face matchup, as it is Mobility against Sushi. Some history between these two, as well as shout out to Parth, one of the people behind the project for NRG. He ran a combine under his business Saito that had 10 players come out to LA for a boot camp for the week, and had 2 players go to Korea. Well, out of those 10 players that came out, Mobility and Sushi were the 280 carries that were on the 2 teams. And Mobility himself was going on that trip to Korea. He had it already booked, so he was going with some of the guys after the combine when I talked to him back then to try and get better. Mobility definitely even getting respect from Coach Joey, saying that he's got to prep for the Winthrop bot lane. Also knowing that Kim Down is on that team, as of course Kim Down would be someone that he coaches over at UCI. So
correct.
A lot of I think a lot of rightful respect going over to them, and we'll see if Mobility and Kim Down can go up against I think a bot lane a lot of people are excited about, between Sushi and Spica and their history with Near Airport, and just Spica, the personality he carries, the hope that he can be a good support, and then Sushi, the hope behind him really being, I think, the next up marksman prospect that a lot of people consider, as people have put him over Mobility and players like that.
Yeah, I mean, just given Sushi's come up and his rise to acclaim here in tier 2 being so rapid and so fast, no competitive history from Sushi other than the NACL debut last year on Near Airport, and already was on people's minds for the remainder of 2025, which is why we were excited about Sushi returning to competitive play in his second split with Dorado Gaming. Obviously didn't get the start that we wanted, but then had a more respectable finish by the end. Now seeing Sushi on this NRG lineup with this squad, and knowing that Mobility and Sushi were basically both contending versus each other for potential spot on this roster, word of mouth, a lot of people could have seen different variations of this roster having either of these 80 carries there, and it just goes to show that there is definitely a rivalry between these two, as, like you said, these were the 2 80 carry prospects that ended up making it all the way through towards the end of Saito, when you had both of these 2 teams facing against each other in the combine. So it's good to see now how well these 2 80 carries can stand against each other in an NACL match.
Yeah, it should be a fun one, and I think Mobility standing up for himself after his play last week definitely felt like he had a really nice performance in that series, and we'll see if he can do so against a better opponent. this time around in NRG, as we still have NRG favored in our predictions. I think that there were a couple Winthrop hopefuls, though, when looking at our entire staff of 8.
Yep.
I don't want to go back through our communication device right now and see if stay focused.
I think
here,
Hawk.
I think
Hawk was willing to put the Throps out on top.
Well, you know, we can't go after him all the way over in Japan, so maybe that was the right time to pick an upset. I picked a couple upsets last week, and I was wrong. So we haven't had, I don't think, any so far in NACL, so we're kind of due for one. And Winthrop was the team that was competitive with Near Airport last year at this time. They were winning the regular season series off of them. There was a little bit of drama in the best of that was played between the two of them with picks and all that good stuff. That fun memories, not really, but, you know, memories nonetheless. Yeah, I think that Winthrop, they always come in with a strength of having that collegiate season behind them, having a lot more experience as a team of 5 compared to their peers in NACL. And I think that they always are willing to play for early games and go from there. So we'll see if that continues for Winthrop as we're diving into the game.
I mean, my favorite storyline about Winthrop from 2025 was that this was the team that played the most League of Legends out of any team in the Americas. It just goes to show that it eventually caught up with all the reps that led into their upsets over Near Airport, not just for that regular season series, but also the playoff series. But head first, we are diving into this draft, and 3 bans already from NRG target not only the Karma from Kim Down, but also a couple jungle bans headed towards Wilson's way.
And what Nocturne? I think Nocturne's going to be banned here. If not, should be locked in for Kizno. As, yep. Nocturne take it away with a lot of focus on the jungle. We still have a lot of champs available elsewhere, and I love the Rise pickup. Mini got a pentakill in NRG's first game on the Rise, and I gotta say, I think it's been Zach's best champion that I've seen so far.
Yeah. Zach definitely enjoys a lot of the facilitator champs, or champs that can provide some quick rotations around the map. When it's not the Rise, Gallia was the next best performance that I remember seeing from him in the prior week. Winthrop have a couple options to go here. Without Karma, Ezreal might not seem like the strongest bot lane duo, but you can still go for things like Ezreal Bard. I don't know if there's another enchanter that you would recommend alongside Ezreal. Oh, wait a minute.
It's flexible, but we expect it to be mid. It's against the Rise, you know? This is kind of the matchup that Anivia is starting to make her name in. But I think that, you know, you getting excited about the flex pick availability. I don't think it's exactly to be a Denethor champ, but this is a 3-way flex. If teams are using it well. But that does give away Ashe Seraphine, which...
Yep.
That's a good start to the draft for NRG. I think this is a very scary start for Winthrop. I am a bit surprised they did not lock down Ashe Seraphine for themselves, as this is a bot lane duo I value greatly at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, they just bring a lot of things that the rest of your top side would love to have.
Yeah.
Vision for jungle. Double ways to start a fight from their ultimates, sustain healing, utility. Yeah, there's a reason why this bot lane duo is so feared and is so massive in the current meta state. But we eventually get to the Ezreal Bard duo that we were calling for earlier. So I know that technically that if Denethor has been practicing some Articuno in his back pocket, then maybe it's an Anivia top angle, but more than likely it's probably for Zach.
Yeah, we're going to slot this one mid, as see if the Ezreal Bard can kind of get up early. I know that, again, if you're going to play into Ashe Seraphine, I prefer getting, like, you can play Ezreal Karma into it. I think that's the one scenario that I don't mind seeing Ashe Seraphine. I still think that as the game goes on, Ashe Seraphine just lends too much to your team. And in a meta where it's level 20 tops and junglers are all fighters because the fighter items are OP, Ashe Seraphine definitely helps buff up those champions a lot. Now, a champion that has not been contested yet, Rafa, that I'd like to see, honestly, banned by NRG is that Ambessa. Because Denethor had a really big game 1 against AMI last week. On the Ambessa, the Scion ban lends a little bit more leaning towards the Ambessa for me. I think that's going to be NRG's last ban here, as it would hit both top and jungle by taking this one away.
If Ambessa gets banned, I'm going to do some extreme cooking here.
It's not Xin Zhao time. I think it's just Xin Zhao time.
I mean, yes, you definitely can go for Xin Zhao, So you go for your jungle. Don't reveal whether this Anivia is mid or top. I know we expect it to be mid, but hear me out. Mel is still available. And if Zach plays Mel, you put the Anivia top lane, and now you have a way to fight back against the Ashe Arrow and the Seraphine Encore.
I am kind of hip to it. I just fear that after the Xin now, they're going to get Trundled. And Trundle is something that Kisno is very willing to play. I think that the Trundle is always a champion that is somewhat slept on, because it is so much better in 5s than it is in solo queue, where you really are just kind of an inanimate object in solo queue as Trundle. You can't really do much in the game. But in 5s, you can do a lot with Trundle. And Anivia doesn't like to see Trundle either. As, oh boy. Well, it's Zamudo Jace. We've seen Jace get banned a lot. And Zamudo Jace is going to be big scary. As we'll see what Denethor wants to take into it.
Oh, and it's the Kisno Malphite. He has been a big fan of this champion. It gives the team guaranteed engage, just in case the Encore or the Ashe Arrow does not want to be fired off first. And now that I'm seeing a Malphite, I'm less inclined to see a Mel lock in, because you can block the other two ultimates. You can't block a Rock Monster. And I think this team would benefit greatly from some kind of reliable front line in Denethor's top lane champion pool. Yeah.
All right, well, it's Cassante. I think Denethor is going to be very aware of the double chain invest tech that you can use in the Jace. But I like this draft for NRG. Oh, you just go double chain vest and you build it into Iceborne Gauntlet and Jock Show. But you go double chain vest early to beat Jace.
That's a lot of armor. What is that, like 80 armor? Is it 40 per chain vest?
I don't know what the exact number is. It's up there. I think it is 40. Sounds about right. But that is tech I've seen used on the LCS stage and elsewhere. Point out this matchup, but I think overall, Winthrop, it's not going to be the full early game composition we're used to seeing out of him, Rafa. Anivia, Ezreal, you kind of have to let the game come to you a little bit. And I want to see if Winthrop is ready for that. Because NRG, on the flip, I think NRG, frankly, got everything they wanted in draft. If you're opening with Ryze, Ashe Seraphine, that's a draft that I'm going to take the side of the vast majority of times. And Fine Mini, for me, played this matchup really well in his Ryze game that they played to open up the split. So I want to see if he can do that against Zach, who, again, I think off Ryze has looked a little bit weaker than on Ryze. As that has been the champion that I've seen him have really strong game impact on so far this split.
I mean, you have a team like Winthrop University, as we take to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 between NRG and the Eagles. This Winthrop University lineup has a lot of strong carry potential through their side lanes. And Wilson also likes to have resources when possible. So at some point, someone's got to take a backseat when it comes to priority and just playing for the team. Now, Zach is playing a champion that I think would benefit greatly from resources. So we'll see if the team can kind of fit the mold around that instead. Thank you, One Blade, for the Team Rune setup. This is actually my first time noticing it today, so nice to always see. Ever since Jace has returned back to the top side of the map, he's been running grass. Doesn't necessarily mean we get Bruiser Jace, it just means that he gets a higher health pool so that he can survive those later game fights.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a game that I like Jace, because I don't think they can easily force on him. And that kind of, for me, is how you beat Jace as a team. Because if not, if you can't get on him, he ends up, just kind of rotating out Shock Blast and being that absurdly strong champion that we're used to seeing when Jace is meta for pro. Yep. Whereas, if you can't get on him, and it really is, I think, going to come down to KD's Bard ults as the best tool. I think having these Tempered Fates connect early on in the setups are going to be very necessary, because if not, if you get elongated poke setups, it's Seraphine sustain and it's Jace poke. And I don't think that Ezreal Nivea beats that.
Nope. There's no built-in sustain for this team either, especially early on. Mobility can maybe look for an Endless Hunger third item or fourth item to help in those like drawn-out extended fights, right? But I'm definitely with you. NRG wins the poke war. They win the sustain war just from the strength of their champions' kits right now. So it just seems like to me that Winthrop are hoping to either get out of lane early with the lead, or at least get to these objectives first so that they can try and burst them down before NRG begins the push and pull, the tug of war that is the strength of this composition here.
Yeah, Kisno is going to be pretty tough to move on the first few clears because Malphite just is able to brute force so much. And even the Xin matchup, like Xin can win with the Conqueror in the long haul, but the attack speed debuff is so big for Malphite that a lot of the times it just kind of dictates the first couple of fights or engages. So we'll see Wilson get the priority crab and bot side. As Mobility and Kimdown have done a decent job so far landing, but again, this lane just gets harder as time goes on. Because the more levels that the Seraphine gets, the harder it gets to kind of stick around.
Yep. The effective shielding and sustain that you get off of her Empower W, something I didn't realize for a while, is not necessarily... It scales with rank, but also it scales with her base level as well. So it's super important to get that experience down. Zabuno, meanwhile... Yes, Denethor did pick the Cassante into the Jace, but until he gets the armor for himself, it's going to always be a little bit difficult trying to fight for push in this topside matchup. We'll have to look for an ideal base timer off of that teleport. What did you say, Matt? It was double chain vest, that's the tech?
Double chain vest, usually the tech. As again, you can use one for Iceborne Gauntlet and one for Jock Show later.
Do we ever see it change up for something like Unending Despair?
Ooh. Probably not. I think Iceborne's a little bit too important in this matchup, because you kind of have to keep up with the Jace.
Sure.
But maybe second item. That I don't think that is completely ruled out.
Could be a nice way to just, like, keep yourself sustained in the long, drawn-out fights against NRG. Rise might be difficult to overcome with the sustain, but I think against something like Ashe, if you're just, like, trying to solo her out and just 1v1 her, I think the sustain from Unending Despair beats out her damage. Maybe I'm underestimating Ashe damage. I always just see her as utility and not really a super carry threat, as we are 10 seconds away from the first dragon of the game spawning. Not really sure if either of these teams have an angle to try and burst down dragons super early on, and if they can get some Drake stacking going on for them.
I think the angle is going to be about this bot crab fight. As bot crab does grant 6. We've had full clears from our junglers so far. So Winthrop have a little bit of priority in the lane early on. And is now going to be a little bit behind Wilson in terms of getting to this crab, but that word going down, Wilson's going to have all the info, and we'll see if he's able to get in here, because again, level 6, the first couple ults from Malphite, very important that those unstoppable forces turn into something.
Both Kisno and Wilson waiting until that 5:30 mark so that they could get the extra jungle treat for their pet. So now that they have the 20 stacks for the 1k smite, but like you called out, because Winthrop have priority in that bot side, Kisno is not going to even try and challenge. Wilson guarantees level 6. And with Prio, he's assuming that there's no way that Malphite would stay on the bottom side of the map here, so just might as well go ahead for an early dragon.
All right. Let's take this. Your Winthrop. I think, again, Ashe Seraphine really needs levels to get going. It's not just Seraphine levels, but also that volley from Ashe. The poke and the cooldown especially definitely need levels to really get to that height of lane pressure with just how some of the changes they've made to Ashe. But Mobility and KD so far managing decently well, had the priority, and we're able to make sure the team gets the first dragon. Kisno is going to answer by taking enough camps away from Xin Zhao that Wilson's going to feel a little bit bad about that, but I think it's a good point answer here from Kisno.
Yep, that's the trade. Get dragon, you risk giving up your top camps on the flip side, so don't worry, Wilson. It's for the greater good of the team later on. Kisno returns back to his top side of the map. Wards on that pixel brush allow both NRG and Winthrop to see that both junglers are in the area. Kimdown, however, has made the roam first over. So now Wilson and KD have a chance to either look for a top dive or look for some extra camps. Magical Journey over the wall, gets the flash out of Zamudo, but he does sidestep the wind becomes lightning, so no further play on the top dive.
I think the idea there with the early flash from Zamudo is actually to preserve the health bar. Because he just burned TP kind of to get back to lane. And he wants to make sure his conditions are good in case they go for a grub fight where a level 6 Malphite is rather strong.
Yeah.
So if that flash looks goofy at home, I think that he honestly is really trying to calculate the fact that he wants his conditions to be good.
No, I like
for the
that.
upcoming play. I like that too.
I think that's like a super underrated decision that a lot of people don't respect.
I agree.
Sometimes you wait and try and see how much you can squeeze out before then flashing, but then like what's the point if you're already like 20% HP? Yeah, you survive for now, but then can you even get some of the minions after? So I think that's just a nice call from Zamudo. Just burn it early, and you can still lane it for the next couple of waves there.
I mean, it feeds into more of what, you know, I know Coach Joey was very transparent and really wanted to share a lot about his team and what's cooking behind the scenes. But the one word he gave us in the pregame interview was discipline. I think that NRG has showed a lot of discipline in how they played out this early game. This has been a manufactured 1K gold lead with no action. By Mini, he's going to have to ghost and flash out of there as Zach burned the flash to try and chase the rise. So a couple conditions removed, but no blood. As another bot crab goes the way of Xin Zhao. So at least Wilson is kind of keeping up by dominating the crab so far.
And credit to Zach. We were definitely a bit skeptical on Zach's performance outside of the rise going into this series, but showed some at least nice trades there on Define Mini, being able to burn the flash and the ghost. Does come at the trade of his own flash to be able to get it in the first place, but might be something that they can revisit because it's a lot easier to lock down a rise when you have the kit that Anivia does bring to the table. No objectives for a while, at least on the bottom side of the map. It's another 2 minutes for Dragon, but grubs are now available. Seraphine is the first one out on the map. Kim down on the Bard is following right behind him on the other side of the map. I think grubs is going to be the next big play.
A good trade here from Denethor. He's able to cut Zamudo off from the wave and probably deny a cannon up there. He'll take a small win. Didn't go for the double chain vest tech as he picked up a Sheen. See if another chain vest comes in after, but Denethor, this matchup, I mean, if you trade out like this, second wind abuse becomes real, and Zamudo just spotted Wilson. Wilson just a hair too far up, as Zamudo able to sneak on out of there, and the
Kisno smites the first one, is potentially thinking about the next two, but waiting for NRG members to step on first before Kisno commits to, could not commit to finishing the second grub, so it ends up being 2 for Winthrop in the end.
We'll take that. Also, no ult casted by Kisno, which I was a little bit surprised by. I don't think that him and Zamudo one-shot Wilson, but might have created a scenario where Wilson can't really hang around the fight. I mean, it's no Sundered Sky versus a completed Zeke's, as that is another perk of the Malphite, is that your early items are pretty cheap, so if you can beat your opponents,
they're awesome.
You get a spike like that. One that we have yet to see Kisno cash in on. So game continues to be pretty calm and collected here, Rafa.
Which just means that more Tinder is being added to the eventual explosion of a first fight that we will get in this game. Definitely love to see how disciplined both of these teams have been, but also really hoping to see more out of Winthrop as, hang on, Kisno has popped the ultimate onto Wilson, yet to use the Crescent Guard. Gonna maintain his posture. He's got Denethor TPing right behind him. Kim down is here first for the roam. The flash is a little too late, but the wind becomes lightning, does not find Kisno, as he did dodge out on vision from the Eagles.
All right, respectful from Kisno, but a win for Winthrop in the end, as they are able to find the flash. Kisno should be able to continue to clear, but that could just be what they needed to take a dragon. Because now you're looking at a Malphite with no ult, no flash, and Wilson sprinting down to the dragon, which is, I think, really in the cards for Winthrop if they can find this, while Malphite's still missing those conditions.
Yep. Rank 1 ulti for Malphite, even with Zeke's, is not going to be coming up in time, as long as the Eagles are able to burst this one out. So
good stuff.
Kisno, yeah. All right, well, Drake stacking is definitely in the cards here for the Eagles in game 1 of our series, Matt, with a approximate soul time if they are able to get all 3 dragons in the next 10, 11 minutes. Oh. Good thing that NRG didn't have vision there. Kisno still doesn't have ultimate for a few more seconds. Wilson has the opportunity to try and lock him down. Remember, no flash on this Malphite. No unstoppable force on this Malphite. The wall's going to cut him off. And Fimini doesn't have flash from the prior fight before. They're going to get double the price of 1 cost there.
Mobility, too, gets both kills. So the big carry for Winthrop last week in their win against AMI. Set up for success and an oopsie there from NRG. I mean, again, Kisno didn't have ult, didn't have flash. Fimini was down flash. They get caught down numbers and a good setup from Kim Down, who connects with the Tempered Fate and helps Winthrop connect with those 2 kills.
I'm curious what the communications were like between Kisno and Fimini there, if they thought that they could play out that fight realistically, or if they had no idea. Both Mobility and Kim Down were missing from bot, but definitely a bit of a head scratcher to just think, they got the dragon. What are we fighting for? What are we giving Winthrop and Engel for?
Yeah, I think that's kind of fair. Maybe they didn't think Bard was as close, but they made that look very easy, as the Q from Zach was chained with a knockup from Wilson. Again, Malphite, no ult, no flash, so easy 2 kills. Really no way for NRG to play their way out of that one, as Winthrop set up a really nice handcuff, and now Sushi's going to have to burn flash.
Oh, but he's still pinned by the rest of Winthrop University. The Eagles are off to a great start here in this series.
And it's been off the back of Kim Down. I know all 3 kills are over on Mobility, but Kim Down's been the one setting up these kills. Looking really good for the team, as Spica clicks his way out of that one nicely, but got to keep our eyes on Mobility. Has 3 kills. Those Mystic shots going to be really the only poke that can try and contest what NRG is going to be pumping out in terms of the poke themselves. And Mobility, I mean, he keeps on wanting the spotlight. He's clamoring for himself in terms of where he's at in the top 5 list, where he's at on the Dream Team, really trying to say that a lot of people are fading Winthrop. Our scrims are better than what we're playing on stage so far. We're waiting to show it. And this is a heck of a showing so far from Winthrop, and one that I want to see if him or the team and Mobility can really carry through.
Yeah. I think that's been one of the things that has been the downfall of Winthrop in other series, where they are no strangers to getting strong early game leads, but then it comes down to the discipline. It comes down to not over-forcing engages in that mid game. I think of the CCG series from our very first week as the prime example, where Winthrop massive game 1 early lead, and then not gonna lie, I think they kind of tripped and stumbled over themselves, and CCG punished with the macro play later on.
That's very fair. As see a Rift Herald, Denethor was able to get push in top, was fading, or drop the wave to at least fade down top, but Winthrop gonna not take the play. Instead, they're gonna look bot side, and Fimini should be able to get on out of here.
Force the flash.
The flash, okay.
Good stuff. Okay, but NRG finally fight back. Get the first kill on the board as they catch out Kim Down here in the mid lane.
Looks like an arrow in Encore off screen, so that's going to lead to a dead Bard. NACL is completed for Kim Down now. I don't think he had it before, as if so, I would have expected to be on cooldown, as they're going to chain that play mid into 1 top maybe.
Denethor tries to dodge out on the Unstoppable Force, goes all out, maybe can find one play. Zamudo forced to flash just to make sure that there is no chance for a 1-for-1 trade. Zamudo gets the kill credit. We'll be able to push in this wave. And NRG is starting to stabilize, as they're still technically ahead in gold now.
I do like that play from Kisno, as at least got Zamudo's flash out. That's one they can maybe look to punish, so I know we talked a lot about the Jace and getting on top of the Jace, making sure that Kim Downs engages. These Tempered Fates are sound. If not, Poke War should go the way of NRG. It's a flash down they can look to punish as Kisno chases Wilson.
Uh-oh.
It's another Blast Cone.
I don't know if Wilson gets out of this alive. He still has flash, waits for the Tempered Fate, but it's Kisno with his own flash to try and lock down Wilson.
Oh.
Shock Blast just barely not enough to finish off the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, Kim Down, the McHale's, I think that was clutch. if Michaelis doesn't go through, that does give you a little bit of health. And I think Wilson falls, so... A lot burned there. I mean, that is a flash from Kizno on the play. As we're going to get another look at what is not exactly the most interesting 2v1 kill on the planet, but, you know. One nonetheless, Samuto trying to chain this one. I think, again, mechanically he played it okay. For Samuto's flash, he might have been able to turn that one around based on the health that Samuto was at. Okay, here's the play we missed off screen. Yeah, that's Ash Seraphine for you.
One arrow, one... Yeah. Oh, Denethor!
That's
he
big.
fights back?
Hey, we said Zamuto was down. Flash has the Iceborne Gauntlet, got the chase going, kept it up. Zamuto falls. That's big as the dragon is spawning. A soul point on the table for Winthrop, and 5 mini caught.
Yeah, remember, no flash on this Rise either. Credit to Wilson being able to proc it earlier. Oh, but Zach tries to follow up with his own flash. Doesn't quite hit the mark for the Q stun.
I think it still could be enough. Spica is lying in wait. In fog with Kizno. Can they chain up the ultimates here? Kizno has his available. That's going to start the party.
Him down's got to get in range so that he can look for Michaelis. Kizno steals the dragon! Stops the Drake stacking from Winthrop University, and that buys even more time for NRG in this game 1.
It was the arrow from Sushi that started the party. Wilson was stunned. Kizno yoinks it while Wilson's stunned. And that's a big yoink. As I think Chemtech, Soul... Okay, I didn't exactly see how that play started. I would have been interested to see how Denethor, you know, found the kill. I'm more interested at the start of the shave, less so than the end result, you know? About the process sometimes. As Phillips and Rocco One Boyd, of course, helping us out with everything here on the NACL broadcast. We're looking sharp from top to bottom.
Uh-oh, and Zach doesn't have flash. They know this. Kizno's just going to walk up, down smash with the ultimate. Nice wall from Zach. Forces 5 mini to take the long way around. Yeah, the bird is going to stay alive for this one.
Well played by Zach. That was a really nice wall. As the chunk goes down, but he's able to get out of it. NRG has the opportunity to maybe rinse and repeat here. They do have a numbers advantage.
No flash on Kim down, but no Malphite ultimate. A little bit harder to try and look for a turnaround play. Will Spica be forced to use the Encore? It's a nice choke point that he could get it lined up on, but no vision in that tri-bush. Go in and try and recontest for vision control. Baron's coming up in 15 seconds. I don't imagine it's going to be one that either of these teams want to rip off the get-go as they're looking for another play on the 5 mini still. No flash on the Rise. Spica, can he save his top lane or his mid lane? He just walks out with him. Temper Fate is a miss. And now Spica is angling for the Encore. Arrow is the first one to hit. Mikhail's not available anymore. Kim down uses it to cleanse Zach. TP's coming in from both teams. Spica's super low. When's the Encore coming through? When is the lineup? Crescent Guard comes in through. Hits on the two frontliners there. Wilson finally bursted down by Kizno. Denethor tries to be able to equalize it onto Kizno instead. And NRG, Winthrop both find themselves without a jungler, still 4v4 in this top side.
Thought Sushi had some nice clicks early on in that fight. Ends up being a 1-for-1 as Kizno, I believe, was still down ultimate for the start of that play, and the harness couldn't quite give him the health to get back in. Well played by Denethor to split the fight, as it looks like he is going for that unending despair. Rafa trying to take advantage of maybe some of the melees in front, but honestly, decent defense from Winthrop. I think we saw what the Ash Seraphine wants to do. And I do think that Winthrop was able to at least defend it decently well.
Love the patience from NRG, just kind of toying with Winthrop and trusting on their hands to dodge out on some of the engages and just positioning well to receive and bait out some of these cooldowns, and then waiting on the arrow to connect before re-engaging there. We're about 2 minutes from the next dragon of the game. The fact that Kizno and Asushi were able to work together to stop that being the third dragon for Winthrop means that NRG can decide whether they want to take this dragon fight or not. Hell, I would even be down for letting Winthrop think they have control of the dragon and just trying to send it on the Baron if there is no vision there from the Eagles to stop them from taking it.
I think I want to see Zach die if I'm NRG. Zach isn't... His flash is going to come up kind of close to when the dragon comes up. I think looking at the Anivia while flashless, that's what makes things really easy for Jace, Malphite, Ash, Seraphine to try and find. That probably is my idea or game plan if I am NRG right now. That and just making sure you get farm between the Jace, Rise, and the ability to play some side lanes.
Sounds like a good game plan for NRG to follow through. My game plan is just going to be going back in the VOD and taking that awesome soundbite and clipping it for a soundboard later on. As NRG...
All right.
Extortion! Blackmail! 49 seconds before the next dragon. As, I'm always having a good time casting with...
I'm sure our sponsor's going to love that, you know? That's actually teasing the next one Philips Norelco one blade ad. Like, you must buy this. or else. Or else your face will not look as good as usual, you know? We gotta look clean up here. We gotta look clean. We saved it. We saved it.
Nice, 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 nice. Always keeping things sharp and precise on the broadcast. Zamudo looking for some poke onto mobility, forcing him to shift away. The mid wave has been pushed in by NRG. Oh, immediately send it on to Zach. Kisno sends the ultimate, but it's a good flash by the bird. And now he's trying to turn it around. The wall separates 5 Mini from his team momentarily. The last engage tool is this Encore, so Sushi and Spica are going to try and wait it out before Spica sends it.
Yeah, I think NRG now, the reset should be fine. They just need to stay split from the Tempered Fate. Winthrop has control of the Banana Brush. You can see Anivia, how annoying it is to walk into her and hold the wall, but that's flashed down. If NRG is able to stall this out,
Tempered Fate!
That's a decent one.
1-2.
Can't follow.
Wind becomes lightning, pierces them. Spica takes a decent chunk, but it's just the support, and he's staying back, away from danger. Wilson now trying to leash up the dragon, but if they stall this fight long enough, NRG are going to get ultimate cooldowns coming back off cooldown. Winthrop are losing the poke war, they're losing the sustain war, and they're slowly being pushed off the dragon, and the Eagles are now realizing it. Denethor already looking for a recall, seeing if Wilson can get into the pit. He sends it! Oh, nice try! But it's Sushi that secures the dragon. They lose out on mobility. The egg has been popped and scrambled, and Kim Down has nowhere else to run except into enemy territory. And Winthrop, I don't even know if they care about killing Kim Down. I think they're just going to want to look for the Baron instead.
Yeah, they've got ults up, so if Baron gets contested, they can turn easily and chain more kills. And I think Winthrop going for that contest was a little bit too much in the end. We were talking through the scenario and how NRG favored it was based on the poke. And when you don't have a clean engage into the Jace, this is what we were scared of. What Zamudo can do, what the Seraphine can do in these long postures that NRG has. Even against an Anivia, I don't think it's very contestable for Winthrop. And that's saying a lot. Going up against Anivia, Ezreal, because usually you'd expect those champions to be stronger in that scenario. That is the power of the Jace poke. That is the power of the Seraphine heals that run in. And NRG, man, they turn that dragon into a Baron and control of this game.
Decent last-ditch effort by Wilson to use the Blast Cone empowered by the Chemtech map to get right on top of the dragon. Just not able to execute the smite in the middle of all 5.
Yeah.
Definitely not a task that I envy being in that moment, but Denethor is able to at least pick up some extra gold off of this tier 1 turret, and for Winthrop's sake, they're not that far behind in gold, but I think we've already talked through how advantageous NRG's comp is going to be later the game goes on in these long, drawn-out scenarios.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we can then some bonus kudos to over in that replay is probably Zamudo on the angle. They took out the back line before the fight could get interesting, as he found mobility. And we have a plan, Zamudo.
Out onto Zamudo. No flash on the chase, but he still finds Wilson before going down and makes it a 1-for-1 in the 1v2. And now that allows NRG to continue pushing through both mid and bot. Vimini not able to break through Zach's defenses, but NRG already took out the tier 2 turret, and now they're trying to lay waste to the inhibitor turret here in the mid lane.
That was a pretty nasty 1v2 kill coming out, actually, onto this Zinzao. Zamudo, again, making that one look pretty clean and easy, as Sushi does have to flash. That's a nice get from Winthrop and Kim Down, as Kim Down continues to have, I'd say, a pretty decent Bard showing.
He's doing what he can on this champion.
Yep.
I think Winthrop have just run out of options when it comes to forcing hard engages when champions that they drafted for themselves are not able to maintain that early lead that we were seeing the Eagles manifest in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, again, I think that like the lack of a real sound engage tool for Winthrop outside of the Bard, like even that last Bard ult we saw around the Dragon, it was good from Kim Down, just couldn't be followed up on. So when you lack the sound engage, you're going up against Poke, and this is where I think Ashe Seraphine is just so illegal to give over, because we saw the lane phase be kind of even, but now just the utility that they bring to your top side is just strong in this patch, or strong in this season, I should say. It's really tough to deal with.
Oh, no flash on Zach means that's an easy target for Kizno to send on, but Wilson buys a lot of time with that Crescent Guard, and Kizno is forced to flash away before he was getting focused down by the turret aggro there. Winthrop reset their defenses here, but like we talked about before, if they take an extended poke fight, it's just Seraphine sustain, it's just the accelerated shock blast and the continuous volley poke from Sushi that allows them to stay on the top side.
The only way to break this is a Kim down ult, which just came back off cooldown. See with Zach and Wilson back, they want to fish. I think that's got to be the play.
Temper Fate onto the back line, but Zamudo has soloed out Kim down, forces him to take the magical journey back over. And once again, it's another great Temper Fate that Winthrop just cannot brute force their way to follow up on. There's too much that they have to fight through on this energy composition.
Again, that's where Ashe Seraphine can be quite diabolical, as it's pretty hard to see game. Kizno's going down. Okay. We have a trade. Nice trap by Zach. What I was going to say is that it's pretty rare you see games where Anivia and Ezreal don't like the long-form posturing. Yeah. And that is really the game that we have right now. It's almost like NRG, the comp they have, or just the Jace kind of flipping the script of the game. It took the strength of Winthrop's comp, which should have been holding the space, and turn it against them. Because it doesn't matter how well they hold the space, as long as no one dies on NRG, and they let Seraphine hit the double Ws, it's A-okay. Winthrop cannot contest that.
Yeah. I think it's why it was so imperative for Winthrop to not only maintain that advantage early, but also always be the first ones to these objectives so that they can at least try and prevent energy from getting in. But if you're going to hold the space, you also need to commit to burning down the objective, and it's hard to split up your numbers like that now, especially when you are down 4K gold. Once again, we have Winthrop first to the objective, but they can't even find themselves starting up the objective first since Wilson was off cooldown or just rezzing. And now, unless they find a great Tempered Fate engage where they can just blitz the back line, I think it's just still going to be NRG favored here with Poke War. Oh, but we're burning down the dragon. 3k HP. True Shot Barrage comes in. Kizno clean with the smite again. Now 3 Chemtake Dragons on their side. An arrow hits Zach. Kizno goes in with the ultimate, hits 1 on the target, and the rest of NRG try to step on up. Zach goes golden, puts down the Glacial Storm, but everyone from NRG just walks through it, and they're brute forcing through the Eagles' defenses, forcing them to retreat into their jungle.
Game down's on the wrong side. Winthrop has walked out right now with a kill up, but the dragon going over is still the win for NRG. There's no Baron to be threatened, so smites have been sound for Kizno. He throws himself into the mix. Was going to be a one-way trip, but hey, at least connects with the dragon, and if the rest of NRG can play the map, I think NRG perfectly fine with that.
They are now due for a Chemtech Soul in the next 4 minutes. Baron is coming up in 20. Winthrop have definitely done a decent job of being able to stall out the game, since while Poke is amazing from NRG, their ability to actually siege and take out these turrets in a 5-on-5 has proven to be a little difficult, which I can understand into an Anivia team. Kim down takes a lot of damage though from Zamudo, almost dies. Can he fish for a Shock Blast in time? Doesn't look like he has it off cooldown as Zamudo gets stunned up by Zach. Shock Blast goes wide. Winthrop gonna take their leave.
I mean, the Zamudo's got the Seraphine behind him. Jace has a little bit of extra move speed. Honestly, plays kind of nice into Anivia. As, again, you can outpoke. So, Zamudo caught, maybe.
Arrow was onto Denethor. Zamudo, no.
Oh, nice.
I guess he couldn't flash over the wall. Just
it was
stunned.
the wall? Yeah, it was the wall into the stun. That was really well played by Zach. It kind of bumped him into the stun. Zamudo didn't react. He goes down, and now Winthrop, I think they have to start the Baron. They got to find a way to bring NRG into them, down numbers. This might be their best way back into the game. I'm totally down with them pulling this.
NRG's team is only effectively 3k gold ahead, and a lot of it was on Zamudo, so this is an even fight, if not winning fight for Winthrop University. They just have to find the right targets with the Tempered Fate. There's no Ash Arrow. It's onto Spica.
No flash?
He has Encore, but if they can try to get on top of him, he flashed. Kizno in the middle of all of them, forced to flash away. Encore is massive, hits 2 members on the other side, and Winthrop members just get decimated by NRG's forces. Wilson tries to flash to the right side, but Kisno's there to follow up with his own and just gives him a good old clap and a smack from the Rock Monster. Mobility, the final member on the Winthrop University roster, tries to stand tall, but gets chopped down to size, and NRG gonna push in for the game 1 win.
You know, I almost wonder if they mistimed the Seraphine flash off Inspiration, because he flashed top. I was a bit surprised it was already back up. And maybe between that and Lucidity, they just missed the timer out on a wee bit. But Spica flashes out, and that's going to be our precision play, because that is the game. We're going to see the Nexus boom in our picture-in-picture. But that was a really nice catch on the Zamudo. The wall bounce into the stun was a pretty good way to take down Jace on the Philips Norelco one-blade precision play. But, you know, Joey wanted to be efficient in terms of booming Nexuses, and I think the NRG did just that in that game 1.
Yep. When you have the window, just get the game rushed, done, and quick there. Once again, when we look back at this composition, we highlighted the concerns and the difficulties that Winthrop were going to face later on in the game, and I don't want to say that they didn't have like the best way to snowball the game, but they had a front line in Kisante that doesn't necessarily win the lane outright, but Winthrop did find really nice windows and punishes onto both Kisno and 5 Mini, and it's kind of a shame that they weren't able to leverage that.
I was way off on that Spica flash. I just went back and checked. That was well past 5 minutes, so it was up for a while. I didn't know if you had it or not, as I guess I just lost track of time in the game, and hey, maybe Winthrop did too. Because that chain out of the Seraphine didn't connect. The flash encore made sure that game was rather one-sided for NRG by the end, and I think you called it out, Rafa. That seemed like a pretty close, contested game, but the answers for Winthrop in terms of the comp, or really just following up on the Bard engages, were not there. And when that missed, you can't engage onto the Seraphine comp, you're going to have issues.
Yeah, definitely bit them in the end there, despite their best efforts, but I'm going to take a short break and give these two teams much-needed R&R. When we come back, it's going to be game numero dos on your screen between Winthrop and NRG.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
Faker. Faker.
In total, Faker.
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 This is just Faker.
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios. Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
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 Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Dystrophy. I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar.
I have no clue.
The rarest one? Yeah, isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000, 3000. 800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17. 17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
CCG lead the way with their undefeated record. Munchie's signature Wuju swordsman makes an appearance, and Sirenai shows off on his debut. Hey y'all, I'm Mazel. Welcome to the NACL weekly recap for week number 2. We started the weekend with CCG claiming dominion over AMI. Dardox seemingly ran the rift with his Nocturne and Pantheon games, while Aojun brought the chilling cold with his Anivia in game number 1. Retrozing put on a star performance on his Mel in game 2, but it did not shine bright enough. CCG also won their second series of the week to hold control of first place at 3-0 series score and having not lost a game. The underdog was looking for a fight in our next highlight series, as Dorado versus NRG gave us upset vibes in their first game, with Dorado taking advantage of some overzealous plays by NRG and using an engage-centric comp and a grand starfall of a performance from Low Jazz's Pantheon. Unfortunately for Dorado, Sirenai was not going to let his NACL debut be tempered and took games 2 and 3 by storm on his Syndra and Jace respectively. On top of that, the bot lane of NRG, Sushi and Spica, have become a force to be reckoned with the combined KDA in the last 2 games of 21, 6, and 49. Last but not least, we had Conviction versus Citadel, a battle of faith and establishment. Citadel brought out the big guns to start the series, taking Vayne for Bradley in the top lane and Mundo for Griffin in the jungle, but the sweet melodies emanating from Conviction were just too strong. Insanity also had a vintage performance on his Syndra to unleash Conviction's power with a Game 1 win. In the second game, Meech and Breezy brought us back to their CLG Academy days and put on a masterclass Yunara Lulu performance with a combined KDA of 12, 1, and 31. With week 3 on the horizon, that means our match of the week has to be Maryville University versus NRG. 2 of the top favorites coming into the split, 2 of the very best junglers that this league has to offer in Yuji and Kizdo, and Zamudo versus his old home. Make sure you follow NACL on Twitter and tune in next week on Twitch for week 3 starting April 8th at 1 p.m. PT. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome to NACL and welcome back. Oh, wait a minute. Hello, welcome back. A little bit of oopsie there, but it's okay. We're getting ready for our second game between Winthrop University and NRG. Potentially could be the last game of the day if NRG close this out series cleanly, but considering that Winthrop University are not a team to be counted out, and at least they were able to demonstrate that they can get those early game leads, I think in the end, unfortunately, NRG's composition just served them better in those extended skirmishes and scenarios.
Yeah, I am still very much in the camp of I don't want to see Ashe Seraphine. And Winthrop had a chance to take it. Keep in mind, they opened Ezreal and Nivea, could have the Ashe Seraphine for themselves into the Rise, but didn't go for the OP combo. And I mean, the lane got off to a good start for mobility. He was 3-0, 4-0 in that game. Just the game impact that he was able to have, it didn't feel like it was that much, as a lot of the time was spent him throwing poke into the Mel fight or throwing poke into other members of NRG that were eventually sustained back up by Spica and the crews. So, yeah, I think, again, kind of, like, in a way, kind of a close game. We saw some back and forth, but once those final objective setups came through for NRG, the game didn't feel that close. And I want to see Winthrop try and break that, because, again, this is a team that they've played together for a long time. The staff behind them, they've got Tomo and Tails. I mean, ex-pro player, ex-pro coach that have a lot of game they can bring to the team. I expect a team that's played together for this long to have somewhat better solutions than that. And frankly, I need Wilson to play a little bit less scared, I think, in this next one, because it's not like him down wasn't hitting Bard ults or trying to find setups that Winthrop could have capitalized on. They just didn't. And so I think I need a little bit more from Wilson or Zach in that case. I think Denethor's role was to kind of hold the line or hold Jace. But we need to see more capitalization off of some of these engages to turn them into actual engages instead of just, oh, that's a nice ult that we didn't capitalize on.
Yeah, I can give a little bit of sympathy over to Wilson. Diving in solo as Xin Zhao, even with Crescent Guard, if you don't have anyone else that can reliably follow up with you, or at least go in with you, might seem a little like, hey, why do I have to sack my life? But at the same time, I think in those scenarios, you do kind of have to just kind of
that's what Kisna was doing, right? And it was working for NRG. Yeah.
Yep. Well, we've gotten through the first 3 picks, or the first 3 bans of each side of the draft phase. No Pantheon, no Vi. Nocturne, definitely a contested one if it is available, as you called out. See if that is what Wilson and crew want to go for.
I think you slam Nocturne.
What else are they debating, is my question. Because if Nocturne gets picked up
after
here...
Nocturne?
Yes. All right. Fair enough.
That's going to be given. Nocturne, a very, very strong champion so far this season. You have a lot of options to open on enemy Raptors, depending on the matchup, and really start to snowball the game from there. He is a little bit too strong, too early in terms of ramping and his ability to make plays. As the response, we saw Varus banned away in that first set, or first game, Bafa, and this has been a big pick for Sushi and mobility. So likely to see Sushi grab that one. He is very willing to play on hit if the game demands it.
Yep.
And I have to just continue to praise Sushi. We're still looking for the laning and the other parts of his game to level up. But if you watch this kid click in team fights, it's very clear that he can play the game at a high level at that point of the game, and factoring that in. So I think we saw some of that on the Ashe as he tried his best to glide, and we'll see if it's going to be the poke Varus in a game that he dominated the last time we saw NRG hit the Rift, their last series, that game 3 versus Dorado. Him and Spica did some nasty things in the lane phase off the back of that poke Varus, or we'll see if it's the on-hit variety, given what else mobility and Winthrop wants to throw in.
And an early Jarvan Slam disincentivizes any AD carries that don't have an escape outside of Flash to be locked in here for mobility. Yep. I definitely was thinking that the next best bot lane pairing would have been something like Yunara Lulu, and while Yunara can escape Cataclysm, it does require her to pop her ulti, so probably not the most ideal pairing. So they're just gonna wait until the second round of picks and bans to see what they're gonna give over. I say that they're thinking about whether they want to slam this Nico, which would work really nicely with the Paranoia to try and give you even more room to get a surprise Pop Blossom on NRG.
Do we see Spica go for maybe an Alistar here? As I know it's a riskier lane phase, but he could also, I mean, he's got the option to drop too if he wants to. I will say, I kind of like the Aurora pick, by the way, for Winthrop. There's not a Rumble ban, and so it disincentivizes Zamudo from going for Rumble.
Yeah.
Also, it's still flexible being on this side, and it takes away one of the better options going into Nocturne. If Fimini's got a snack in draft, I like that.
Oh, he's
I
in,
had to
man.
derail the conversation. He just needs a quick bite, maybe a little protein, some protein pasta in between. Can't be sluggish.
Cashews are also great, or pistachios, like any.
Now, but he has a fork. If we're eating nuts with a fork, then we really want to keep our keyboard clean. That's a little bit too weird to be gamer.
Now, I didn't see the fork, but I'm just going to say that chopsticks as a snacking accompaniment for like getting chips and nuts so that you keep your fingers clean, that is the tech. I'm telling you.
That's too primitive proper for me. I just got to dust up the keyboard a bit, you know?
Dude, you just got to be a little bit more cultured. Just get those chopsticks games up, man. Like, it's...
I want to see if we can sneak the bite. He's going in for another one. Screw the bands. What, is that mac and cheese?
Oh my goodness. That's a good meal. All right, well, let's
Some Kraft mac? Scooby-Doo? Or is it like Trader Joe's mac and cheese? We're a little bit more adulthood and cultured here.
Maybe...
Again, the food sponsor category is still available.
Yeah.
I don't know if Fimini has any opinions on that.
Well, NRG have taken away a couple other decent 80 carry options. Curious that they respect the Jhin from mobility, as that champion has not seen any good results anywhere around the world recently, but I guess they just want to respect the laning phase power that it brings. Caitlyn makes a lot more sense, can escape the Cataclysm, also has a pretty dominant laning phase right now in the current meta.
Yeah, so I think the bans, given they banned Renekton, that tells me they'd rather have the Aurora mid. Because I like Aurora in a Renekton top, if you're willing to play it.
And Mbessa?
Yeah, I mean, not into Ambessa. Ambessa is a little bit different, but I think Ambessa, a fair ban going up against Zumido, as that Alistar that we did tease earlier is going to be the choice here. I think it is a Kai'Sa game, unironically.
Yeah, you have so many ways that you are diving onto the back line, and you can empower it all with either the Nico Pop
Just eat it in
Blossom.
lane. Yep, you're going to eat it in lane. It's going to be okay. But I think it's a Kai'Sa game.
They're taking a little bit more time to think about it, but with this Annie lock-in, that definitely signals Aurora is going into Denethor's hands for this game, but it's still effectively a blind pick, but definitely makes sense considering that they banned out two top laners that Zamudo might have tried to resort it to in the exchange. I mean, I look at this composition now with the Yunara locked in. I know Rumble laning phase suffers into Aurora. That being said,
You got Jarvan Alistar.
Yeah.
And a Varus.
yeah, like,
I'm kind of hip to it too. Or just play this and
this is
out-tank
also
everything.
based. Yeah.
Because Annie damage into Scion, not exactly great. Definitely takes away a lane that Nocturne might want to play towards. Is ganking a Scion is kind of a waste of time. So,
And with
I think
Yunara's... I think
Fimini's
Yunara's...
target.
Yeah. Yunara's mixed damage profile as well, being like half magic, or not half magic, but like a little bit of magic and physical. I think there's a lot of value for Zamudo just getting an early Canic Rookern, because not only he's going to nullify anytime Zac is side laning into him, I don't think Denethor is going to get that much value side laning into him, and he cuts down on a lot of what mobility is also trying to bling, and even the burst damage from this Pop Blossom. So I respect it. Just going for a big meatball in Zamudo's case, and we know that Fiji has definitely made a lot of waves of being one of our premier Scion enthusiasts in the league, but I think Zamudo is just as good just from all the experience he's had on this champion over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching him do some nasty things do that Ornn last week, going up against Decoy and Dorado.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see if he can do it against the Aurora. Definitely expect that early Leandries from Denethor. And Zac, for that matter, as I think that's a good call-out, Rafa. That's a pretty heavy magic damage composition from Winthrop. One that I might be a little bit concerned about going into the Scion and the Alistar, but I think it's got to be Poke Varus to play back, which means that the damage for NRG is kind of lacking. If it ends up being Poke Varus, because Mel falls off after 2 items as well. So it might be something to look out for if we do end up in a scenario where NRG kind of runs out of damage as this game goes forward.
Well, If we're concerned about running out of damage, then I think Kizno needs to go Axiom Mark.
Aggressive, but who knows? No Axiom Mark, please.
I forgot to put a /S, guys. Don't worry. If we're seeing Kizno build Profane Hydra Axiom Arc in this game, then either they are winning so hard that it doesn't matter, or something terribly has gone wrong in this game too. But get a nice cinematic pan of both Nico disguised as Yunara and the real Yunara skating together into the bot lane. That was
a nice opener. That was nice, as it is the Poke Ferris, so damage profile for NRG might be a little lacking, and definitely something that we're going to look out for as this game goes on. Also, mobility on that Yunara. Definitely a big champion for him in that Game 2 AMI win where he played the Yunara very cleanly in that game, which netted him AD Carry of the Week for our Week 2 play.
Now, I'm normally with you on damage being a little lacking from energy after poke and burst, but there are no true tanks on Winthrop's side. So is it still as big of a concern here, or are you just worried that Winthrop having effectively 5 damage dealers are going to out damage energy?
I think later on, if this game goes late, it will be a concern, because the damage from Aurora, I think specifically if this champion gets ahead of all, it can be so oppressive in finding those angles. And then Yunara as well. If you can't remove these champions from the fight early on, it could provide problems. As we have Kizno scouting out the fact that Wilson has 3 camped his top side and ran directly down here to try and interfere with Kizno's clear. But Kizno going to be ahead 2 camps.
Kizno can still get vision on this red buff, Even though Kizno could try and test his smite skills against Wilson, it would be a one-way trip, and then either having to burn the flash or potentially dying since he does not have bot lane priority. So I can respect the discipline from Kizno, even though Wilson, for this trade, his bot side camps have yet to be taken. So Kizno now has an opportunity to affect mid lane, and I don't think Zac knows because he snuck into the brush, gets the knock up on the Zac. One more auto should do it, and it's first blood for NRG.
I really like that play from Kizno, because after that smite, he's also giving bot Crab, as Wilson had the fast track, but understanding that the ward for Wilson, I think he saw it when he dropped the flag be dropped in that brush. So if the NRG is talking, they know there's no ward mid. He got around the wards and was able to actually find Zac on the gank. That was really well played and coordinated by NRG's mid-jungle duo. Kizno picks up that top crab and gets back to his camp. He's going to be down a red buff for his first clear, but I think finding a kill for his mid laner is definitely going to be a plus.
This time, Kizno is able to find a nice start to this second game. And for Withram's sake, Wilson can't really do much on the map effectively until he hits that level 6 mark and has access to the paranoia. Can always arrive second to a gank and try and just counter gank, but it really is about the power farming scheme for him until that level 6 mark.
Yeah, both junglers probably just going to get through their second clear, and we'll see if we get any action around that crab that's going to spawn bot. So that said, do want to give some props to mobility. Up 10 in the lane, of course, Nico into Alistar is very Nico favored early on. Alistar can't really do much as a champ. And if you go in, you're just going to take more damage, but I'd say that's a little bit of a bigger lead than what I was expecting out of the two of them. Is Kizno going to have to burn his smite?
I do like this, though, from Winthrop. They recognize that without Flash, Zac is very vulnerable to a revisit gank, so they are first here on the mid wave and invading, trying to get some info on where Kizno is so that they can at least better track a repeat gank from Kizno. But once he hits level 6 on this Cataclysm, which should be still well before Zac's flash comes up, just send him mid. Just get this guy down.
That should be Cataclysm up before the flash is up. And find Mini with that lost chapter lead is... that might be tough to move. Kizno at the moment, though. Showing bot, maybe if Kim Down throws out some abilities, might be able to sneak in here. Of course, the Alistar can really help get the party started. Maybe it's oh, solo kill mid.
Nicely done by Fine Mini.
Who needs a gank? You know, just kill him.
It's that simple. Lost Chapter advantage does a lot. Zamudo now in a 1v1 against Denethor could be close. Does he have Soul Furnace back up? He actually has it available, ready to cast. He's just waiting for the right time. Denethor does not take the bait.
Zamudo already has a base in. Has that rejuve bead, along with the Null Magic Mantle. It's helping him in this matchup. We expect to see the Canic Rooker first, but if it is Spirit Visage, I'd be a happy camper. As we get a replay, it looks like the E was traded, the Q was sent back, and the R caps it off. As Zach didn't really have much of a chance to compete with that one.
Yeah.
Mini finds a solo kill.
And now Kisno repeat visit. Oh,
here's the
boy.
Cataclysm.
Yep. But Zach doesn't step far enough for Kisno to really send it on the play. Yep. They can try and invade. Sushi, or Spica, I should say, has roamed from the bot side of the map, says Sushi, good luck, brother. I'm making plays with my jungler. Wilson's going to get these Krugs, but does he know that the call is about to come from inside the house on this one?
I don't think he knows.
He doesn't know! And Wilson has a flash, but I don't think... wait.
That was close. What Spica was trying to knock him back, so the Fear Tether didn't go through. And he's going to TP out.
Well, Kisno can't stay for this red buff then unless he flips it, but Kim Down can now help contest and answer. Kisno has a level 6 advantage, but he does not know that Kim Down is here. It's going to be close, and Kisno is not going to go for the play.
Yeah, KD showed Kisno steps on out. So, I mean, it looked to be a decent look or play. They at least get info on where Kim Down is, and Spica with the spellbook was able to TP bot. So maybe they find something on mobility, but probably not going to be the case. As this map remains relatively quiet, and Wilson trying to get some scouting done. Of course, the first dragon did go the way of Winthrop. We do have level 6 available for him now, as well as Kisno, and Grubs are about to spawn. So my concern right now is that Winthrop cannot fight Grubs, because I think that Scion is too big, with the Annie already being behind. I just don't know how you move Scion, ever, in this fight.
Yeah, with the Spectre's Cow, it's already starting to become a little too difficult for Denethor, and Zamudo has been farming up well for that Soul Furnace shield to give him even a larger health bar than Denethor, who... Zamudo is close to having... Actually, has already passed the 2k max HP mark. Denethor only has about 1400 for himself, so it's pretty difficult for Winthrop to try and force priority on this top side.
Yeah, of course, once Denethor gets out in the Andres, things might change a wee bit. But Zamudo doing a nice job of being the big tank and being what makes Scion such a difficult pick at times to deal with, which is for a giant meatball that also has lane priority. And Denethor.
Can they get the kill onto Zamudo? Yeah, it was close though. Oh, no, 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 no! We were all clenched for that one. Thankfully for Denethor, does manage to walk out alive, not having to burn a flash or not give a kill over. It was Zamudo that sent it with the ultimate, thought that he had a kill angle onto Denethor. Thankfully, Wilson was in that area on the top side. Rebounds with Paranoia, and it gives Denethor at least the space to operate in that lane now that Zamudo is down to flash.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see Kisno go straight to the Grubs there. Because we saw top with Zamudo, that lane's now in his favor. Denethor can't respond with a TP. So would have had pressure here. And mid, Fimini is just straight up. But gonna drop Grubs all the way and try and interact with the bot lane. As Fimini is here. And they're just gonna save their spells, utilize the pressure. Spica stepping past the wave, and they're gonna make sure that they deny this wave as much as they can.
Zach is looking for the flank. Unfortunately, TP in this day and age is very slow. So it's underwhelming. They get the stun on a Spica. They force his ultimate. All right, well.
It's just going to be the ult.
I mean, they get something for
walk
this
out
TP.
of there.
They're forcing it. Does he have enough damage? Tibbers is taking it up. Oh my goodness.
It's just the ult. Meanwhile, Zamudo is +2. in between the inhibitor turret and the inner turret on Scion, so he's not going to miss anything. He walks back and is A-okay. And it's been a lot of posturing, but we haven't really seen Winthrop be the ones playing with tempo or playing to make the plays yet. It feels like they've been more so responding to NRG, and NRG doesn't want to go too far in to lose this game.
It's definitely resulted in some awkward results. I'm not gonna lie, Matt, I'm still stun-locked from the Kizno Spica attempt onto Wilson, and they didn't even get a flash burn out of him. I thought that was at least something guaranteed, and the fact that he walks out, whether it was just mistiming from the headbutt from Spica or just, I don't know. I felt definitely a little deflated because I thought that was gonna be some magic right there, and it just didn't happen.
No magic yet. Will be another dragon secured for Winthrop. So first 2 Drakes with Nocturne early is good, but Wilson engaged it.
Oh, wow. What a prediction from Sushi. Unfortunately, the spell shield was there. Kim down and Zach for the re-engage. Paranoia. Wilson's back in. Spica's got nowhere else to go. Mobility might be locked into the Cataclysm, but he's still firing on all cylinders. But now it's only down to Wilson and Zach to try and fight the 2v2 against 5 Mini and Kizno. And they're going to get the advantage yet again. A double kill for 5 Minis Mel and NRG are steamrolling the matchup.
It took too long to kill Spica, and Spica did not have ult, but he was able to buy enough time where the rest of the damage, keep in mind, it is 5 Mini who was ahead going into the fight, and 5 Mini that is miles ahead now coming out of the fight at 4-0-2. As we saw Sushi throw the ult into a spell shield that was flashed. It was a good try in the prediction. Yeah, I mean, Wilson goes on to Spica. Who cares about the Alistar? Alistar already used his sums. Yeah, you want to get him out of there, but I think if he goes on to Sushi instead, maybe Mobility's able to stay alive a little bit longer in the fight, and they can turn it from there, but it's a straight-up 2v2 mid-jungle duo after the chaos early on, and that's going to be won by the Mel that's already miles ahead in this game.
Yeah. Luden's Echo completed. Merc Crushers just to be able to deflect a lot of the incoming magic damage that is on this Winthrop team profile. Kizno finds Denethor on the knockup. Will force the Bunny Witch girl to take a flash over the wall.
I feel like you've been watching a lot of Nymerin Initialize by having all these nicknames for the Aurora. I know that Initialize or Sam has...
Do they really?
Yeah. I mean, not all these nicknames, but Aurora holds a special place, I think, in that stream's heart. They have strong opinions on it.
I thought it was Ari, man.
As a pick.
I thought
well,
that's
yeah,
like
that one's obvious. That one's obvious.
Signature champion. I didn't realize Aurora was like a big one in their stream.
Maybe they're just live too much, and I know these things. I try to keep up with the LPL co-streamers. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. I don't know how the 2 of them go live every day for LPL. I would go insane. They manage it quite well. Yeah.
Oh no, it's definitely a grind, man. As these 2 teams trying to grind it out right now in NACL. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds before we get back to a Rift Herald spawning on the map. 2.5 for the 3rd dragon of the game. Chain of Corruptions onto Nico. Kim down, looks for the Paw Blossom. Great turnaround. Sushi is caught. No flash to escape that one. Kizno tries to escort Spica out to safety. Ultimate does time out, but Spica has cleared enough distance. Kizno decides, let's go back in onto this Wilson. He's got nothing, but Spica's forced to flash from Mobility, who goes all in. He doesn't have flash available, and 5 Mini backs up the play.
That was really well managed by Spica. I like how he stepped back, waited for his cooldowns to come back up. They find a turn off of Kizno and take down Mobility as a bonus too, as that's a nice turnaround from NRG off a play that looked good for Winthrop.
Really surprised that Winthrop were not able to get anyone knocked down in the exchange, but just like you said, cooldown management from Spica, S+, and being able to flash just at the right time to bait Mobility into the Cataclysm was the icing on top. We're now heading into 15 minutes into the game. NRG have found themselves a nice 4,000 gold advantage. A majority of it is in 5 Mini's pockets, who's probably going to be hitting this second item very, very soon. And with the craze of Proto Belt being a common rush for a lot of these mages in this day and age, I'm not going to comment on it, Matt. I know there's been a lot of heated debates about this item.
fact that we're at 2 items in 15 minutes is honestly a great ad for what can Kraft mac and cheese do for you, as Spy Mini has been blitzing them out. And if I could draw on my screen, I would put a big square around the mid-jungle duo of NRG. Look at how nice and pretty that scoreline is. 2-0-5 to 5-0-2. These two have been synced up, playing damn well together. As even though like off Sushi dying there, the rotation bot, it is faster for Sushi to get back mid. He was able to catch a good chunk of that wave as Spy Mini was able to turn around to play bot and get something for himself. So yeah, NRG showing some good team-wide map movements as well. As this match in the Winthrop, not quite as competitive as I think Winthrop was hoping for coming into the day as the Golden Eagles.
I don't think they've been able to leverage their bot lane as much as they would have wanted in this game. They had the range support advantage for the push. They were able to play for either roams into the bot jungle or invades, but Spica able to trust in Sushi to hold himself in a 1v2 while he looked for roams on the top side. Not always finding something, but at least the proactivity gave Kizno some windows to look to decelerate Wilson or keep him on the back foot this game. I want to go back to what you highlighted between Kizno and Spy Mini. Not only they have nice score lines, but they also have nice gold bounties. And it's pretty much 1K in the bank if Winthrop are able to secure both of them in an upcoming fight. And it would be their ticket back into this game. But the question is, can they actually pull it off with all their engage tools that they have?
I think it's tough, but Nocturne, Nico, Annie, I mean, you can pull off the engage, but at this point, I'm not even sure. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Here we go.
Denethor has a nice angle looking for Sushi once again. Paranoia has cut him off, and Denethor gets the first one, but he is dove way too deep onto that tier 1 turret. The rest of Winthrop retreat immediately. Kizno had the Rift Trail for the drive-by. Locks in mobility after the flash comes in through. The stun only stops Zamudo temporarily, and the rest of the onslaught continues to barrel on through these towers and defenses. Winthrop trying to look for a re-engage, but 5 Mini steps up with the rocket belt, gets in range, knocks down Kim down for size, and now it's only Zach and Wilson here to defend the tier 2 turret. Rift Trail gonna get one more crash in, but Wilson smites it just in time. Hex Flash coming in from Spica. He's looking for the deep flank, the deep dive. Looks in for the headbutt pulverize combo. It's flashed by Wilson. Zach goes in for one last Hail Mary attempt, but both Zamudo and Spica flash it in time.
Honestly, kind of a close fight. That opener on the Sushi was good, but as I was saying before we got into the fight, the lack of damage for NRG doesn't concern me because of the lead that they have. And this is one where Sushi's taken out of the fight early. Denethor, yes, he gets caught. It's a really nice ult by Sushi to make sure he gets stuck under the turret before he goes down. But there's no damage after that. And that initial engage, I mean, we just saw Zamudo tank the turret for days. I think that in between the Cataclysm that was cast, Kizno did a good job of chasing mobility. If he dropped the Cataclysm early, I think Scion, the train, actually makes it into the Unar. That could have been a little bit of a difference maker, a way they could have played it a wee bit more optimally, because he got caught in the Cataclysm. But yeah, we get right back to the Dragon. A lot of tools are down, which could make for another good engage for Winthrop, as the ults are back available for Kim Down and Wilson.
How do they want to look for this fight? Kim Down is trying to posture for a flank on the right side wall. Zach is going for a deep flank, and credit to him, the Dragon is taking way too long. Zach is running head heels into it. Pop Blossom onto a couple members. Zach has the left flank. They find Sushi again. Can they clear the rest of the damage? Zamudo credits off of a nice knockup from Spica. But 5 Mini is completely isolated by the rest of the Eagles in the backline, diving on in. Wilson locked into the Cataclysm. He smites the Dragon! That's big for Winthrop! Kizno is able to spear him on the back end of it, but the damage has been done. Winthrop now have Soul Point on their side. They got bounties off of 5 Mini and Zamudo. Winthrop are back in this game.
And that was a great angle from Zach on the Annie. The fact that he made it around all the vision that NRG had. I liked NRG's setup. I felt like they had good coverage going into the river, but Zach found the one angle that was uncovered and made for a perfect engage between Kim Down's flash, Pop Blossom, Wilson over the top, and Annie as well. And they even got 5 Mini in the back half, and this was a fight in total in tandem. A little bit late into the replay. We didn't exactly see how 5 Mini fell, but this back half of the fight isn't winnable for NRG because they are out of damage. The likes of what we talked about, what could have happened earlier in this game. That's a fight where if Sushi is taken out early or if 5 Mini is taken out early, this comp as a whole doesn't have enough damage to really hold a candle to Winthrop. And that clean engage helped create the conditions that Winthrop needed in order to find a fight win.
Zach is going to get pushed off the top river as a few members from NRG are angling to take out this tier 1 turret and set up vision control for Baron. Kim down, tries to lock down Spica and regains some of that information here in the river. Rest of Winthrop return to the mid lane. Sushi steps up, but backs off immediately once he no longer has members to support him on the push. About 3.5 minutes away from a potential Cloud Soul for Winthrop University. Denethor trying to protect this tier 1 turret from falling, but Zamudo is way too tanky, can just walk right on up. Takes it. Extra gold in the pockets for NRG. Winthrop found a really nice angle in that fight here, Matt, but it is now going to come down to seeing if they can replicate that magic, if they can go back to the same formula now that NRG know what to expect.
They know what to expect, just the defense around it. Spica found a really nice 3-man combo in the middle, but it was too late. At execute on the Sushi, I know Annie is not the strongest 5s champ to be played right now, but I'll take Annie any day with Nocturne Nico, because this engage that they were able to build, and mobility was able to, because of the engage, honestly, have a pretty clean fight. That's going to be the winning formula for Winthrop moving forward. It really is on Zamudo and Spica to try and disrupt, utilize the Unstoppables in each of their kits. Try and throw a wrench into that big engage, but that was a beaut from Kim Down and Zach and the team. We'll see if Winthrop can do more of that. At the moment, though, they're going to be on the back foot.
There's no turret for Zach to hide behind. Kim Down's going to try to slow the engage down. Spica goes for the pop blossoming Nico. Kim Down now isolated. Tibbers is thrown down to try and damage Spica, but Zach could be the next target. Unstoppable Onslaught will force the flash out of Zach. They set him under turret, but he's way too tanky to assassinate under this structure. Wilson took a base since he was deep behind enemy lines, did not want to be caught there on the wrong side of the tracks, and a teleport or a recall is coming in from Spica, and might be able to have teleport to rejoin if he has it from Unsealed Spellbook.
Yep. Good play from NRG. I mean, they burn a TP, but the rest of it is get out with no qualms. Kim Down, importantly. The flash was still down. His conditions are going to be up for the upcoming Dragon.
These
this
guys
is deep
hate
from Wilson.
Sushi.
That's too deep. That's too deep.
Oh,
That's
and
bad.
Spica with the punish. No jungler.
Yeah.
I think it's Baron time.
I just do not agree with that play from Wilson. You know that it's a fresh reset for NRG. They're going to be first in the map because you're responding to the top play. And that was one. I mean, Sushi did not even have to burn flash to drag the Nocturne too far in. It was NRG resetting with their team through mid. Jungler goes down, and that's one of the moments or overextensions from Wilson that sadly we've seen a bit of from this Winthrop squad.
Yeah.
He pushed a little bit too far, and now this is a smiteless fight, so it can be trouble for
just
Winthrop.
taking the flip here to see if they can bank off of the shredded MR and armor from Baron Nashor. Kisno gets the smite cleanly, but they've lost out on one member. Kisno's the first one to go down. Now it's all about Winthrop trying to mitigate losses. They still want to be able to play for this Cloud Soul coming up in 40 seconds, but they just lost Zach.
Ooh.
They lost Denethor. I don't think Winthrop are going to feel confident about taking this Dragon fight in the next 30 seconds.
We'll see if they can make sure that NRG is kind of stuck up here. It's a maybe. But yeah, those are really significant wins for NRG. As Wilson overreached once, and that is Baron gone, and a lot easier setup around this Dragon that could be sold for the Golden Eagles. A Cloud Soul at that feels rather fitting. I don't think they're going to be here in time. There's a TP bot from Phi Mini, and I think that's going to be enough to make sure that they get the waves, they get the pincer, and try and dissuade Winthrop from taking this Dragon for themselves. I gotta say, too, Spica's Alistar has been really good this game. He is my MVP so far. I thought he played that Baron fight really well, got Denethor stuck, made sure that he was one-shot. Been a good showing for him on the Alistar.
Yeah. Definitely hard to make things happen when you're in a melee versus range support matchup, but now they are the ones leading the engage. Fast pick onto Zach. Not sure what happened there. The Paranoia covers things up on the map for a few seconds, but no Annie for the engage, no Paranoia for the re-enter. Winthrop, they're going to try to challenge this, but I don't know how far they're going to get. They still have Pop Blossom. Zamudo is trying to hold the door. Kisno goes back in! Unstoppable Onslaught right on top of it as well! Are you kidding me? NRG are so locked in!
This is just another scenario for Winthrop. Like, you're losing the sequence. I think that flipping for Soul there, I don't know how they can get in and make that play happen. And so, like, yes, you're going to lose the Dragon, but you're signing up for me for just losing more.
Trying to look for Zamudo. Flash from Denethor. Okay.
Okay.
It's a little something back into the pockets of Winthrop that they desperately need now that they are behind 7,000 gold.
And again, I just... Like, that Dragon, you gave up the Baron for it. I think that the sequence for NRG, I don't want to take away from NRG, is we're going to get our precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm going to guess it was that combo that we saw. As, yeah, there it is. That was a pretty good one from Zamudo and Spica, who have been locked in together. As this was a couple fights ago. One where we did see Wilson sneak out that Dragon before, so a good steal from Wilson, too, is... Was some positives for Winthrop in that fight, but the last fight, again, Zach taken out early. NRG able to fight on their terms instead of waiting for the Paranoia Pop Blossom combo, which they kind of have to respond to. I think that finding the Annie early and making sure they could fight on their terms was a big difference. But again, the re-engage, the recontest from Winthrop, that feels like a self-inflicted error. And the whole sequence started by a self-inflicted error from Wilson overreaching on Sushi in mid when NRG had the first reset.
Yep. Cost them the Baron, which then Winthrop tried to double down on and trying to stop some bases or try and get some kills back in their favor. I don't know if it's better for Winthrop to just let the Baron go and then just try to get some proactive vision set up for that 4th Dragon instead. It was like a minute and 15 seconds before it spawned, so maybe there's an argument that it's better to try and stop them on the Baron there. But it's these moments, Matt, where we look back and we just think this could have been avoided.
Exactly. I'm kind of down with the Baron contest. I am, because there were some tools missing, and I think that you called out the magic damage debuff or the magic resist debuff that could be big too.
Yeah.
Baron shred. So I think that there is some credence there for Winthrop, at least looking. But the Dragon, that was very lost. So I think that one's our one for me. Sushi very lost himself here.
Well, like we said before, Winthrop love popping the ultimate and taking out this Varus whenever he steps up. Kizno trying to look for a re-engage. Teleport is coming in from Zamudo. Tippers does stop the engage for now, and Zamudo is somewhat isolated. Hits a 3-man with the Unstoppable Onslaught, but Mobility is able to sidestep it. Zamudo is walking out. Takes a lot of damage, but still has more than 50% of his HP available. Just hashtag Scion things. And Winthrop University don't really think they can force a re-engage here without Paranoia. Oh, Spica tried to look for the flash, but it's an instant reaction from Kim down.
That's very worth it for Spica, as Nico with no flash takes a lot of power away from the Baron and the Dragon about to spawn.
Denethor has to pop the ulti just to get out since he was interrupted on his Across the Veil by Kizno's EQ flag and drag. We still got a minute and 35 before the next Dragon spawns.
Wilson trying to get into the river here. He's not yet spotted. Okay, gives himself away. Yeah, I think it's going to be reset. Again, if Winthrop can secure this Cloud Soul, probably the best way back in for them. Gives a lot of power over the composition, as move speed going to be very nice as always. And I do think that NRG, again, this is why I think Winthrop pushing this hard is we're still kind of scratching our head or questioning it. NRG, we talked about how they kind of run out of damage. I think the Phi Mini is far enough ahead where that's not really a concern, but we have seen the fights where Phi Mini or Sushi falls early. Winthrop has been able to win it with mobility in the back half, so I think a fight on their terms is important, and Zach is going to not be able to do that because he is dead.
Popping the Paranoia, looking for a turnaround on the other side of the map. Spica might be caught here, no flash on the Alistar, but he's got Exhaust and he's got TP.
Oh no.
And they can't finish off the Alistar. The ultimate damage reduction is just too much. Denethor gets popped mid-ulti. Doesn't survive the engage. And the turnaround from NRG. And now Winthrop might be down under luck for this Baron contest here.
I think that's Baron. You just start it. You can turn. That was a beautiful ultimate from Sushi. It found the Yunara. And that was the setup they needed.
3-level lead on this Mel versus the Nocturne and can easily force Wilson away from looking for a 50-50 smite steal with the flash over the wall. So NRG guaranteed the Baron. Winthrop now down in the last legs. I mean, Cloud Soul has spawned.
Mobility is getting the mid prio, but I think that NRG is going to be fast enough. Again,
man,
Wilson kind of stuck top. And I have to give kudos to Sushi on that last team fight, because I don't love the paranoia onto the Alistar. I do love the chains of corruption landing on the Inara. And that made it very easy for Spica to walk up, find the combo onto the Inara, and while Mobility didn't fall, they did enough burst damage between Mini and Sushi being there to get him out of the fight, which helped create this sequence where it is the second Baron going over to NRG this game, and the second Dragon as well, secured by NRG, both uncontested.
Yeah. Denying Cloud Soul for the second time. 7,000 gold in their pockets. NRG very close to putting the finishing touches on this game, on this series, now that the Baron buff is on their side and they can start sieging through the bot side of the map. Zac did push out the top side, so they can't retreat over on that side of the map. Paranoia sent for Zamudo, the tank. He just flashes. The Unstoppable Onslaught gets interrupted and caught by Denethor. Maybe they can try and burst him out and look for a turnaround on the remainder of the team.
Healing.
They can't kill him! They can't kill him! He's too tanky! The unending despair ensures that Zamudo's getting the last laugh on that one. Zac looks for one last-ditch flank onto Mini. Tibbers trying to run him down, but Spica tries to headbutt it away. The Panda ends up taking at least one down for the count, but Winthrop University are not coming back from this one. GG, well played. NRG sweep Winthrop University.
Well, no need to be worried about damage profile when your Scion just can't be killed, as Zamudo tanks up everything with Spica, and Winthrop just couldn't. They had attempts to get into the game, but they couldn't snowball it into more than just a few kills. And those early dragons they were able to take, I mean, that steal from Wilson on the third dragon was big. But they couldn't get themselves in the position to fight for the fourth one on even footing, and it really started by that paranoia mid overreached on Sushi. That led to one Baron into a Dragon, and from there, the game seemed a lot harder for Winthrop to play, because when they didn't have the map control to set up the same flanks or angles they had in that third Dragon fight that was so good by Zac and Kim down, a lot of those options to come back or fight on even footing were just gone to the wayside, and that was a scenario that NRG was a lot happier in.
Also, a stronger early game showing from Kizno and Mini, who in game one definitely got received the harsher treatment from Mobility and Kim down, roaming on over early for the play, giving Wilson and Zac a bit of lead in that game one, which unfortunately for Winthrop University could not manage to use and leverage into an effective snowball. NRG still being able to play out these macro conditions and these plays after the 15-minute mark just much better than Winthrop, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I gotta say that's a part of it is we know that Winthrop has a lot more time together as a team, but also this is part of what we were excited about when it came to NRG, just taking a lot of young players, putting them together, having some experience around them, especially behind the scenes, thinking of Joey Parth, Razvan, and others, and you know, everyone's trying to develop. I know that Spica has the most experience under his belt on the team, but even playing a different role and seeing Spica perform to the likes of what he did in that second game especially, but also that series, deserves a lot of kudos. I think that while I haven't seen Spica bust out a wide variety of champs yet, I think the champions that we have seen him play, it's clear that the mechanics are there. We knew the mechanics were there, but also some of the direction being there too. He looks good. And that's been a really fun thing to follow with NRG. I kind of wish they'd give maybe some of the other members the social pull, but I guess that's just what happens when you're an ex-TSM person, you know? It's still the popularity, it carries through.
Listen, and if Spica knows the sauce when it comes to creating content, and I'm totally down with him having control of the NRG social account as well on Twitter.
I have to give him a lot of kudos. It was last Tuesday. There was a local event out here at LA that was hosted by Riot, some content creators. Spica went day before match day. There was a theater filled with 200 people. It was ARAM Mayhems. You could play with Electro, Spica, Mrs. Chim Chim, and Pobelter all rolled up. But they also had game developers there from Riot. They were breaking the game live.
Awesome.
So people could submit balance changes. So like we had a Lee Sin with a 2K range kick. There was a Teemo that was melee but had like a lot of stats. Nefiri got 10 dogs. Like they were just like putting in absurd changes that broke the game. It was a lot of fun. So shout out to Spica for doing those community events as well. He gave a shout out to him competing with NRG at support, but it was really fun. I think there's a lot more to just competing than being a pro. Seeing him engaged in a community event, have fun, connecting with fans, and then still playing this well. You can do both. So been fun to see from Spica.
And more to the discussion point of how far can Spica evolve his effective champion pool. I'm glad that he's at least prioritizing and sticking with what's the meta right now. Definitely makes the most sense as he is still acclimating to this new role for the team. But this is one where not only his experience, but him being able to demonstrate his mechanical prowess in jungle in his prior years, I think is going to lend itself super well to being able to master the support role in a shorter amount of time than maybe for other players trying to role swap to this. I think the only other, I mean, normally you might not look at jungle role as being like one that is like demanding mechanically.
It is. It's very demanding mechanically.
Yeah. I especially with the champions that we have to learn these days now. A little self jungle glaze for myself there, but I think
Lee Sin's not in the meta. I know you got it up your sleeve, but it's not in the meta. You know,
and that is my one calling card. But I will say I think Spica demonstrated a lot of great plays this entire series, which is why he is getting MVP for this one as well. And one of the things that Spica was able to identify in this second game, at the very least, was understanding, hey, just because the enemy bot lane is going to get pushed doesn't mean I can't make plays with my jungler Kisno. And they were definitely super proactive on the map, especially once Kisno found such a strong early game start in this second game in particular. And speaking of which, Matt, we have our game face interview with one of our players winning on that series from NRG. It is none other than Kisno in the jungle. So we're going to bring him on over to the interview booth and welcome him to the interview. Hello, Kisno.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations on a nice 2-0 over Winthrop University. I want to get your thoughts immediately over to what were some of the things that you guys were discussing in between games after game one, since for a moment it seemed like Winthrop had a decent making of a snowball, and just trying to see what were some of the learnings you took going into game two that changed up your direction.
I mean, I don't know why, but it seems like all of us are like pretty nervous for game ones, and I mean, especially me, like I definitely don't have the best game ones. I feel like I'm always like inting the game one, but I mean, by game two, I feel like all the nerves are gone. We're just playing our game.
Yeah. Definitely seems like you were a lot more locked in, and you found a really nice window, especially after Nocturne invaded you and you still got a gank on Annie and burning her flash. What has it been like having Spica, who former jungle pro, now as your support? Is there anything that he teaches you specifically about the game, or is there things that you're able to kind of teach each other as he is also acclimating to a new role on this team?
I mean, Spica doesn't really try to backseat me like for anything. He just like lets me play my own game, and then like we just talk about like team points macro wise. I mean, sometimes he'll like point out like a point or two here and there, but not too much, you know, like not enough to like where I would be like, you know, BMing him saying that I beat him on the airport or anything like that. Just like something chill.
Nice of Ming to just let you play your own game and just let you cook. And if there's anything, you can always point it out in the VOD review afterward. Scaling out for this NRG team, you guys are one of the expected powerhouse teams going into the season, and you are now on a collision course with Maryville University later this Friday, which a lot of people are expecting will determine who's going to be the best team in the league going forward. Where do you see kind of yourself versus the rest of the jungle pool, and how do you want to make your mark here, not just in regular season for the first split, but overall in 2026?
I mean, first off, I don't really understand, like, okay, I mean, I kind of understand, like, people say, like, we're a powerhouse team, but in my head, like, the only, like, quote-unquote powerhouse, or, like, veteran players that we have is, like, me, Sabuto, and I guess you can say Spica because he's like.
Sure.
I mean, but like Spica's also role swapped, so it's like his first time playing support and competitive. And then I mid. I mean, last season or last split. I mean, when he was playing NACL, he didn't have the greatest split. I think he went like 9th or 10th. And then Sushi's also pretty new. So I mean, honestly, like the team overall, it's like we're just like we have like some like good people in like each role that understand the game pretty well macro wise. So I mean, I don't think we should be called a powerhouse yet, but maybe by next split we should be. But I mean, so far the trajectory is like pretty good. And then I mean, me compared to other junglers, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen everyone play. It seems like everyone's pretty good. I don't know. I actually don't know like where I would rate myself, to be honest. All the junglers seem like they're 1v9ing. I can't lie.
Oh man, I mean the funny thing to follow up on that, Kizno, is that a lot of us kind of looked at the top lane pool and said that was like the most competitive, but what you're saying is basically jungle is still the most competitive role in NACL.
Yeah. I feel like jungle's pretty. I don't know. Like, there's definitely people that I highly underrated that are doing really well right now. So.
Any you would mention or call out by name?
I mean, Lojas is kind of 1v90, you know?
Dude. Yeah. No, I love that. I didn't want to like put the words in your mouth, but I'm glad that we're both on the same page there. And Dorado definitely sneaking out wins that a lot of people didn't expect. Well, Kizno, always a pleasure having you on the show. Before I let you go, is there any last shout outs that you would like to have?
Just the fans watching, and then my team and coaches, and I hope you guys will continue supporting us, even if we have some up and downs. But yeah.
You'll get over the game ones. I promise you.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, no, I will say it's true. I mean, I think okay. I'll just say it because like, if you just watch our games, like you'll know, like it just seems like at any time, like around that bot area, like bot river area, it just seems a little suspicious. I can't lie.
There's some bad juju going on in the bot quadrant. We need to stay away from it for the future series. Understandable. Well, good luck good luck in the rest of your season, and especially in your Friday match against Maryville University, Kizno. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
So
I feel like he's flaming Spicy there for, you know, the spot quadrant. Like, you know, it could be interpreted as some flame.
I don't know. I mean, it could be.
I'm memeing, no.
Yeah. We don't know if it's bot diff or if Coach Joey needs to add another addendum onto the win conditions. First, hit Nexus as fast as possible and stay away from the bot side in the first game.
This square, play right in here, you know? Yeah.
That is the Bermuda Triangle of game one for NRG. Stay away. It's got bad juju going on. But that is the end of our broadcast for today, ladies and gentlemen. 2 back-to-back 2-0s between Maryville University over Dorado and NRG over Winthrop University. Not to say that we didn't expect it, but I do think that we are walking away from results today a little bit more positive, especially on Dorado Gaming, with how competitive they were against what might be the #1 team in the league.
Yeah, I know it might look goofy with them in 8th, but the tiebreaker for promotion relegation is games won. So Dorado has won more maps than Citadel in their 3 series versus Citadel's 2. Of course, series score still determines if you are out at the end or not. And we'll see what ends up happening with that race, because that's always, you know, top of the standings is an easy one to look out for. But frankly, at the end of the regular season, the bottom of the standings, I think, hold more weight. Because competing for your spot back in NACL, not the place you want to be. I'd much rather be in the playoff picture, watching the playoffs comfortably from that 7th and 8th spot. So, see how our teams at the bottom pan out. Good to see Dorado show some might, and I think Kizno giving Lojaz a worthy shout-out, who has played a lot better than what I expected as well so far with the split. But Maryville and NRG, the winners on the day, and makes that match on Friday all the more exciting.
Matt, do you want to spice things up a bit as we're taking a quick look at our tomorrow's schedule? CCG versus Conviction. That's going to be super fun to watch unfold as CCG has yet to lose a series, and Conviction is another one of our expected favorites for the regular season in that top 3 category. And then, of course, we round out things with Apex Mission Impossible, looking for their first series win against the Supernova that did just get defeated by CCG and are looking to bounce back. But Matt.
Yeah.
Matt, potential bet time, potential hot take time. You say that Dorado are aiming just to make sure they're not relegated and sit comfortably in 7th and 8th. I think Dorado can make it to playoffs. At the very least 6. At the very least 6.
It's a little hot for starting 0-3. I appreciate that you have some hope in them, though. I'm going to say at the moment, if they are not in the bottom 2, that's a big win. I know that they've shown some good play, but I still think that's where I have them. If I'm going to give something spicy to end the stream, I think that tomorrow's match at CCG Conviction will be closer than Maryville versus NRG. I don't think that's too spicy. I know Maryville NRG is our match of the week. You do? Okay.
I have CCG winning.
That's fun. I'm excited for that match. I am traveling over the weekend. I'm going to miss out on some NACL gameplay. I'm going to have to play some catch-up, but I'm missing out on some good matches because between tomorrow and the next day, I think we have 2 premier matchups between our top 4 teams in the league right now.
Yes.
That I'm excited to watch when I can.
CCG versus Conviction tomorrow, and then Maryville versus NRG on Friday. The action continues here in NACL. And for us, we bid adieu and say thank you to everyone that watched and tuned into the show. Please keep supporting NACL. Please keep supporting all the teams and the players. And on behalf of the broadcast staff and crew here on NACL, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.